Good morning and welcome. We're live from the Colts Cricket Grounds. This is the IMC Over-50s World Cup. Its host Sri Lanka, who have 4 out of 4, taking on England, who have 3 out of 3 in the battle for the top of the table in this group. There you go. This is all what is happening today. It looks a very picturesque venue. The sun is shining bright here at the grounds, and we're live through the Premier Sports Hub in Sri Lanka, ThePapare.com. As I say, a very good morning to Eric Gowda.
Good morning, Kosala, and good morning to all our viewers where in the world are watching these live pictures coming to you from the Colombo Colts Cricket Club grounds. National anthems being worked out outside the pavilion. The two teams out there, the England team and the Sri Lankan team as well. And today, I think the Sri Lankan team is absolutely full strength because they know that England are a very good side. They've won all the games they've played. They've got a centurion in their side as well, and some good bowlers as well. So today is going to be an important day as to who will top the group. That's going to be the most important part of it. And looking at the conditions out here, it's going to be another hot, humid day. There's the points table in Pool A. Sri Lanka on top with 8 points. They played 4 games, and England have played 3. They won all games on 6 points. New Zealand with 4 of 3 games, and then Zimbabwe, USA, UAE, and Namibia also making up that group. But the teams are to be in contention for the semi-final. Sri Lanka, England, and New Zealand. They are the top 3 teams in this group of Pool A. And there's Pool B. Australia have won all their games on 6 points. They were lucky to win that game the other day against South Africa because South Africa bowled so many wides. They bowled 3 overs in excess because of the wides, and Australia won out of 44.3 overs. So if they had not bowled so many wides, South Africa would have beaten Australia in that game, but there we are as it is. India has played the 4 games. They have won 2 and they lost 2. They're on 4 points. Pakistan have played 3 and won 2, lost 1. And Wales, South Africa, West Indies and Canada making up the rest of the table. But the top team there is Australia at the moment. They've got all the games they have played, and then followed by India and Pakistan. So the pictures on the Colombo Colts Cricket Club grounds. That's the new pavilion that was built not too long ago. And nice conditions out here. It's going to be a hot, humid day for the players as well. And it's joining us the news is that Sri Lanka won the toss and elected to bat first.
Well, it's a picturesque sign. We were mentioning this the other day. Surrounded by grounds in this area. We got the BRC adjoining the Colts. We got the Henry Pedris ground where they facilitate more track and field events. And then, of course, right adjoining the Havelock Sports Club grounds, which is home to one of Sri Lanka's premier rugby teams, Havelock Sports Club. And, well, it's all to play for. And the captains will be very keen to find out how the surface would look like as we join Rajiv Veerasinghe with the pitch report.
Good morning to you all. It's the top of the table clash here. The Sri Lanka Over-50s and the England Over-50s. Both have not lost a single game. Unbeaten 2 sides. So it's a beautiful atmosphere here in this Colts Cricket Club ground. Lovely sky and lightning outfield. So talking about the wicket, it's the same wicket. It's been used for the Zimbabwe Over-50s and the New Zealand Over-50s. It looks pretty dry. And for me, the team chasing has won twice out of the 3 games here. And the Wales and India match was also a close game. India would have chased it down, but they lost by 5 runs. So I would say it's a chaseable wicket because it gets harder and harder when the sun hits this soil. So earlier on, there might be a little bit of seam in the first couple of overs or the first hour. But later on, it will be probably good for batting. So team bowling first will have to restrict the opponents to a decent score. So I would think probably around 220 to 230 will be an ideal score to chase down. And I would say it will be a bit of spin coming in in this track. See, it's a little softer in this area. So just on the right-hander, if you stand as a right-hand batter, you might see a lot of little rusty and dusty in this out of the off stump for a right-hander. So I would say any team will prefer bowling first here at the Colts Grounds. So skippers winning the toss will have a ball first for sure.
Well, Rajiv thinks that the winning captain might prefer chasing on the surface. Your thoughts on it, Eric?
Well, knowing the Colts wicket, the way it's been playing perhaps the last couple of years, we know that the team that bowls first on this surface should get some movement with the new ball, and also then the spinners should come into their own. But having said that, when you look at the game between Sri Lanka and the USA that was played here, USA got 219 or 220 runs, and Sri Lanka chased it down, but then they batted well, the two Sri Lankans in that side. In fact, Virasinghe and also Sajid Fernando made some good contributions to the bat there. So it all depends as to how you bat on this surface. That's the most important thing.
Well, it's definitely a home for Sajid Fernando. He's played so much of his cricket on this ground. And definitely, it's nice to see him back playing in Sri Lanka, but of course for a different jersey. But well, nice to see Sajid back in action. Well, it's going to be interesting to see who Sri Lanka fill in that 12 today. They had 5 changes in the previous game against Namibia, which they won quite comprehensively by 8 wickets with 25 overs to spare. But it's a different ball game today. I saw the likes of Saman Jayantha, Upul Chandana practicing and warming up, so most probably we might see them in action today. And, well, we were talking about the pitch, we were talking about chasing, we were talking about building scores. Let's go down to ThePapare and find out what the captains think when they win the toss.
Okay, we are here for the toss. We've got officiating umpires, Suresh Buddu from Canada and Darrell O'Sullivan from Australia. The coin is with the Sri Lanka Over-50s skipper, Shane Fernando. The call by the English Over-50s skipper, David Snellgrove. Gentlemen? You won the toss, Shane. What are you going to do?
I think we're going to have a bat. The wicket looks good. This wicket probably will remain the same right throughout the day. So we thought we'll just have a bat, put a good score, and let the England chase it.
This is the pool top games, unbeaten teams. It's a great opportunity. And there is a story that the side has been strengthened.
Yeah, I mean, it's an important game for both teams. Obviously, we all like to be on top. And we have, for today's game, we have brought in back Saman Jayantha and Upul Chandana, who is playing his first game. So, yeah, I mean, we will rotate in the team right throughout. So, today, to beat a side like England, I think we need our best side, and we are trying to do it today.
This is also where you handle a lot of work with the domestic thing. What's the good total, you think, on this track?
I think you need to get 275. That's the target we are planning. So, things go well, 275 will be a good winning score.
Look forward to a good game.
Thank you.
David, you've had a tremendous build-up to this important game. How has been the tournament as far as you and the team concerned?
Very enjoyable, thank you. I think what a lovely country, Sri Lanka. It made us feel very welcome, full of lovely people, and we're having a great time. Thank you. So very, very enjoyable, and obviously looking forward to a big contest against the host nation today.
I'm sure the whole of Sri Lanka is looking forward because this match is now live on television. You have had a tremendous build-up as far as the batting and bowling is concerned. I think the team is really shaping up very well as far as the conditions concerned.
Thank you. Well, we've got 18-man squad. Everyone's playing quite a few games of cricket. We'd like to think we've got a balance to the squad, but this will be a real test for us today, and we're very much looking forward to it. Thank you.
Considering what you have achieved in the build-up to this game, what would be a good total to chase on this track?
I'm really not sure. I'm really not sure. It looks a very good wicket. The facilities once again look magnificent. We've seen there's been some big scores so far at this ground, so we're expecting there'll be some runs in the pitch.
Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So the story from the middle is that Shane Fernando called it correct, and then actually he won the toss, and he had no hesitation in having a bat first.
There you go. Shane Fernando, the Sri Lankan skipper, winning the toss. And he thought that putting a good score on the board might come in handy. They're looking at something around 275, Eric. You think it's achievable?
Well, 275 would be a very good total on this track. There's no two words about that. Look at the conditions of the ground, because there we go, the two teams as well. So Shane Fernando, the captain of the Sri Lanka Over-50s, Rory Ingram, the wicket keeper, Saman Jayantha, Indika Diseram, Ruin Piri, Supul Chandana, Shamita Rajapaksa, Swanjima Danayaka, Zamita Vijasekara, Punyakanta Vagunsekara, and Renuka Noni. So, well, we got Upul Chandana side strengthening that Sri Lankan team as well. Look at England. David Snellgrove, the captain, Charlie Knightley, the wicket keeper, Royston Smith, Nasir Ahmed, and Kisti Desai, Jonathan Wheelman, Tuan Hedy, Nick Phillips, Sean Cooper, and then the centurion Giles Eccleston, who's made a century in this tournament, and Zulfi Butt. That's the England Over-50s 11.
Don't forget, Eric, Rory Ingram also made 100 in this tournament in the game against UAE at the Pusa Grounds in Bandaragama. So both teams having batters who are among the runs. Saman Jayantha has been among the runs. Indika Diseram's got a half century. Shane Fernando's got a half century in this tournament. So it's all to look for. So Sri Lanka might have felt that batting might be their strength going forward. Get a good score on the board. Anything plus 250 is not easy chasing, especially in this kind of a tournament. Especially if you keep aside out bathing in the sun for 45 overs, Eric. It's going to be tough for them to come and bat.
But having said that, if you look at some of the performances of teams, well, even after staying out for 45 overs in the sun, they've really shown that they are fit and they can play. But the last game, in fact, when Australia took on South Africa, and the Australians, they showed no sign at all of being tired when they came out to bat second. And they won that game in the end. They beat South Africa. But then, having said that, the fitness levels of these Over-50s has been astounding, actually.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see how fit these guys have been. But more importantly, as the tournament progresses, that's where your problems start coming up, because playing back-to-back games, so you need to be very much on top of your game. So Rory Ingram is being partnered by Saman Jayantha in today's game as they walk into the centre. Rory, a century and a half century under his belt in this tournament.
That's right. That's right. He keeps wickets as well. So, well, he's out to prove a point in this game as well, that he can open the batting. We had Indika Diseram open the batting with Saman Jayantha in the previous games as well. But then don't forget that Sri Lanka made some changes. That last game, they made 5 changes, rested some of their key players. They wanted them to be 100% fit and ready for this big game against England, because this is the game that they've been looking forward to from the start of this tournament. And don't forget that England have also played so well. They played 3 matches, they have won all 3 games, and they played some magnificent cricket. And England come well supported with lots of people, lots of backup staff as well. So that is something that is so noticeable.
So Eric, does the Barmy Army follow this team as well?
I'm pretty sure, because they have their own television crew here who are doing their own pictures and their own commentaries. They're taking a feed directly from the grounds as well. In fact, we met them this morning. And they got a scorer as well. So they got their whole setup here. And they are ready with the ball-by-ball coverage of the action for all their fans in the UK. And we've got a doctor who's really looking after technicalities.
So, a doctor of medicine, a doctor of techniques.
Doctor of medicine.
Well, the game is just about to get underway. Final settings to the field by the England skipper.
Yes, the first few overs, I think the first 10 overs or first star is going to be absolutely crucial for both teams. The Sri Lankans did not want to lose a wicket. They'll want to have some partnerships going. England, in the meantime, they want to pick up a few wickets in this first star. And that's what the game is all about. So the first ball coming up.
Not a bad start. So just it's an indication of how the speed being generated by the opening bowler, because we got the keeper standing up. So just more concentrating, sharp. He's trying to be sharp with his line and length. There you go. That's what he'll be doing. Putting it in that area. Not much pace behind that delivery, but making sure it lands in the correct place. Drawing the batsman much earlier into the shot than he would want to. I'm pretty sure Eric Sharp might have been very sharp and quick during his playing days.
Yes, I think also that maybe he's trying to warm up here. He's trying to get a good feel of the conditions here. Maybe you might see a bit of extra pace coming up in the next few overs from Sharp. He's bowled 3 dot balls so far to Rory Ingram.
Right on the money. Not trying to do much, just making sure he lands it in the correct areas and not allow Ingram, a man in form, to free his arms about. 4 dot balls now. Nice shape. Also, the way he holds the ball, I feel that he's bowling cross seam at the moment, Eric.
Yes, he may be. That's what he's doing at the moment. But whatever he's doing it so well that he's kept the batsman quiet, because we've seen the first few overs, particularly in the first over of the innings, lots of boundaries being scored in other games.
A dot ball will end over number 1. It's a maiden. Sri Lanka yet to get off the mark at the end of the first. Jayanta is a different kettle of fish.
Yes.
He will love to get on with the game. He doesn't like to be kept quiet. He will try to innovate something. A player who played for Sri Lanka in a couple of one-day games, but he played a lot of domestic cricket. Over 10,000 first-class runs under his belt. Hails from Dharmashoka Ambalangoda. Had the luxury of playing against him and then played for Bloomfield. Was a member of the under-19 Sri Lankan team.
So Cooper is the bowler. Bowling the second over. The Sharp's first over was a maiden. He bowled 6 dot balls, made the batsman play every single delivery.
Good shape. Very good shape. Look at that in movement that he brings in, Eric Cooper. Again, not to trying to bowl fast, but just to land it in the correct areas. And at this pace, might be a bother for the Sri Lankan batters because they like the ball coming on to the bat. At the moment, it's not coming onto the bat. Oh, good. First runs on the board for Sri Lanka. Coming off an inside edge. Sri Lanka underway. Samantha is underway. But I like the way Sean and Sharp has been really getting about things. So the two men outside the circle are a third man and a fine leg, and he's got a ring of fielders on the offside protecting that single, and again similar type of ring on the onside. It just gives an indication what Sean is in for. Inward movement, but Rory Ingram finds the gap between square and mid. Does it have the legs to reach the boundary? Yes, it does. First boundary of the Sri Lankan innings. It's 5 for none.
Well, that's well played from Rory Ingram. He waited for that. He picked a gap beautifully on the leg side between that square leg and the mid wicket. And he had enough legs to get to the boundary. So the first runs are coming quite nicely for Rory Ingram as well. So takes the Sri Lankan Over-50s total of 5 for no wicket in the second over. And that's what this game is all about. Try and get as many runs as possible. And Sean Cooper, that time just straying a bit on the leg stump.
Good comeback delivery. And also something that I would like to mention to our viewers is that viewers might be wondering, you got colored clothing and we're not having a white ball game. It's a pink ball game.
Yes, it is a pink ball. A pink ball can be identified much better than white ball for over-50s. That was the contention.
Lovely movement. Look at that. The way it comes. A movement in the air. Pitches and comes back. Look at that release, Eric. Look at the way he releases it. Very high arm.
Played in soft hands, looking for a single, but not on. So 2 overs completed, then Sri Lanka Over-50s 5 for no wicket.
Mind you, this Over-50s tournament is played around 6 grounds on each match day. And it's going to be Jantha taking strike now. Oh, good movement. Finds the outside edge. It's running away to third man boundary. There is no protection. Saman Jantha will pick up a boundary, but credit to the bowler. That squared him up a bit.
Certainly a very, very fine delivery from Sharp. He concedes the first runs in for the morning. He's bowled 1.1 overs and just that boundary, but Saman Jayantha was in all such a problem. Got an edge. There was no second slip in place. Take a look at that. Here we go. There's the edge. And it's past the first slip quite comfortably. But a big edge from Saman Jayantha.
This is good. I like the way Sharp's been on the money. So the second slip comes in. It's more like a gully or a third slip, Eric. Immediately the captain realizing that he needs to pick pressure to pick up wickets. And this time Saman Jayantha decides, I've had enough. I'm going over the top. A boundary.
Yeah, that's the Saman Jayantha special, because he doesn't like to be kept quiet too long. And that time there's no man down at deep mid wicket. So just flicked it on the onside. One bounce to the boundary for 4, almost carried over the rope. And so the second boundary in this over for Saman Jayantha as well.
that's what's done to Sharp at the moment. Immediately, he changes his length. He goes a fraction short to Jayantha.
That's what's good about bowlers when they realize that they need to keep changing things around.
And again, that will find the boundary. Saman Jayantha is getting about things for Sri Lanka. Another short delivery from Sharp. Saman Jayantha was very quick to pawn on it. Take a look at that again. Short, and Jayantha will put that away very comfortably. So Sharp destroying his figures in this over. Eric, he's gone for 12 so far.
Strange, no field has been put in that mid-wicket region. You got the square leg and then the mid-on. Edged, caught, gone.
So Nazir holds on to a good catch, and Sharp gets his reward and removes the dangerous Saman Jayantha, who will have to make a walk back to the pavilion. That ball, well, it happens, is it, Eric? At this age, your feet movement sideways might not be the best, and that's what exactly happened. Saman Jayantha flash, and he's gone. Caught Nazir bowled Sharp for 13. Sri Lanka lose their first at 17.
Mama Gajaman.
Who would win?
Yeah.
Tamils.
So now, Rory will have to once again play that sheet anchor role, build a partnership with Ruin Peris, who's just joined in. Another wonderful cricketer that Sri Lanka produced in the domestic circuit. He's played all over the park. Tamils, NCC, Moors, Colts, you name it, Ruin Peris has been there.
Not surprising that we've seen a lot of the local players playing for many clubs, in fact, in their careers. Full face of the bat. And plays it out to mid-wicket.
There you go, that's Ruin Peris, who we were talking about. Over 7,000 first-class runs, Eric. And he's no stranger to any of these surfaces. But at the moment, it's Sean Cooper. Oh, that's a beauty. That one came back very sharply. Might have been an inside edge that saved the batter. But very interesting to see if I can get a... Let's take a look at this delivery again. There you go. Good inward movement. Yeah, there might have been outside the line of the off stump. Or the height might have been the concern. I would really like to get a close-up on the wicket keeper. There you go. Look at the helmet he's wearing. It's a baseball helmet. Oh, that will be wide. Straying down, and that will... Yeah, there is sharp.
Yeah, wide called.
This is what we were talking about. Normally a helmet that's used in baseball. But nowadays cricketers do come up with very fancy type of equipment. Eric, not like in the good old days.
Good days. Wide down the leg side. That'll run down to the boundary as well for 4. 4 leg byes, in fact. The umpire calls leg byes, so it won't be called a wide, but nevertheless, they get a boundary for that. That's rather loose from Sean Cooper.
Wicketkeeper's nightmare, isn't it? It just comes out of the shadow of the batter.
So Ruin Peris is coming at number 3. Faced 2 balls so far. Be out to make an impression this game because he was rested for the last couple of games.
He played in the previous game, but he didn't bat, Rick. And maybe the reason why Ruin Peris has come ahead of Indika Deseram might be that they would like to have a left-hand, right-hand combination going on because we got the 2 seamers, one bowling it into the right-hander and one taking it away from the right-hander. So that might have been the reason behind Ruin Peris' game. I don't know, but I just have a gut feeling of that.
Oh, that beats everything. Down towards the boundary again. That'll be 4 more runs. Off the bat, in fact.
So we'll go down on a missed chance, Eric.
Yes, it is a missed chance. So 4 overs completed. Sri Lanka Over-50s 27 for 1.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
It's really tough for cricketers, isn't it, these days? Especially after you retire. Even you keep on playing cricket after you retire from international because we've got a lot of Masters, Legends tournaments happening all around the world. A lot of leagues.
That's right. There are so many tournaments happening. There was one in India recently. We saw Arvind De Silva and company playing in that tournament. But keeps those the former players also busy in the game.
Rory was chasing at that one. He was lucky. You need a partnership here. You elect yourself to bat. You need to make sure that you have enough on the board for your bowlers. Very nicely done. But there is protection down in the deep. Opening the face of the bat, running it down. Rory. Now that's what they should be doing now. Build it up a little bit. In material of the run rate that they're going at. They got a few batters to come in who can really take on the bowling. So
As this game progresses, the wicket will become much easier to bat on. We won't see that same movement around at the moment, what we're seeing from these medium pacers. Can move the ball both ways.
Eric, wonder whether the pink ball gives a little bit more movement than the white ball.
Good question. Not used to playing with pink balls.
We didn't play with white ball also, I thought.
Well bowled.
Very well done. The game's evolved so much, isn't it, Eric? We started limited overs cricket at 60 overs. It proved down to 55, to 50, to 45. It went back to the 50. And now we got 20 over games and we have 10 over games. This is good. Sharp has been very sharp so far, except for 1 over, but he got his reward when he had Jayantha. If you're just joining this coverage from whichever part of the world you are in, it is a good morning here in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka versus England. Sri Lanka electing to bat first at 28 for 1. Oh, this is good. And he's gone. Sharp has his second wicket. Rory Ingram was undone by that late movement. He was trying to work that one on the onside, but the ball did not really come on. Rory Ingram is into the shot a little too early, I think, Eric. If you take a look at this.
It's the leading edge. Just ballooned up on the offside. And a comfortable catch taken in the end. So Sri Lanka lose 2 good batsmen in the first 5 overs. And there we are. As Rory Ingram walks back. Gone. He should be out for 4, not 0. He's faced 7 balls. Jonathan the catcher. That's the end of the over as well. So it's 29 for 2.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
Sri Lanka after choosing to bat first, 28 for 2 after 5 overs. As I welcome Rajiv Veerasinghe to the com box. A very good morning to you.
Good morning, Reshwan. So Sri Lanka 28 for 2 after 5 overs. And Indika Tisaram walks into the crease.
Sri Lanka will have to try and steady the ship now. 2 important batsmen have gone out early. Rory.
Yeah, within the frame of 5 overs, Sri Lanka has lost 2 wickets. So I think Indika Tisaram needs to, that's perfectly flicked straight to the short mid-wicket fielder there. So I think Indika Tisaram needs to stick in there. And along with Rory Ingram, they need a proper partnership. Like I said in the pitch report, Reshwan, the ball is little seaming. And you can see the ball is a little hanging and not coming onto the batter of this track. Looks a very dry, spinny track here. Not much rolled in as well.
Indika Tisaram, the new batsman for Sri Lanka. Joins Rory Ingram in the middle, who's 5 of 17 deliveries. Once again, Rory will have to hold his bat through. This is good bowling from England, keeping it tight, not giving any looseness early on. As Rajiv mentioned in that pitch report, the bowlers can get some assistance off this wicket in the early stages of the innings. As you see, the dismissal of Rory Ingram. Brilliant catch in the end as well.
So talking about Indika Tisaram, has scored over 18,000 runs in all 3 formats, first class and List A and T20s. That's a hell of a runs, Reshwan. One of my former teammates as well.
Indeed, Indika Tisaram, a well-known name in Sri Lanka domestic arena as well.
Can you imagine at 50 you playing a first class game in Sri Lanka?
That's a mighty achievement for Indika Tisaram. He's achieved a lot in his career as well.
Not only just playing the game, he scored 64 runs, chasing down a target of 280 and batted brilliantly alongside all these national players around. Smashed them all around the park at BRC. This is one of the memorable games, even for him as well, for me.
So were you in his side or were you against playing against?
We both played in the same team, playing for Panadura Sports Club. Watchfully played there, getting some swing, and that's the end of the 6th over. Sri Lanka 29 for 2.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So Sri Lanka 29 for 2 after 6 overs. And we have Rory Ingram on strike. He's on 6. And Indika Disairam yet to score. He just faced one delivery. The last over, Rory Ingram getting out. He was out for naught. And 2 prolific batters, 2 run getters for Sri Lanka, getting out within the frame of 6 overs. Saman Janta getting out for 13. And Rowan Pires, another top run getter in this IMC Over-50s. Rowan Pires getting out for a naught.
Indeed, and the main culprit for England has been Marcus Sharp. He's been right on the money, except for that one over where he was hit for 3 boundaries. But he had the last laugh as he got Saman Jayant in that final ball of that over. So he's been on the money from the word go for England.
You're talking about Sharp. If you get that pitch map, he would have pitched on that good length throughout. And that's the 3rd wicket gone here. And keeping it tight, getting that swing outside the off stump. And Rory trying to guide it and get it on the back foot and try to go towards the 3rd man region and getting that edge. And that's the 3rd wicket for Sri Lanka.
Big wicket for England. Rory Ingram, the man in form. And he's...
that's a sharp catch there by Desai. And this is good bowling. And Rory Ingram departs for 6. Caught by Hijit Sharp. And Sri Lanka 29 for 3.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialog Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD.
Sri Lanka in a spot of bother as skipper Shane Fernando walks to the middle.
Yeah, Sri Lanka, bit of bother here now after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. The ball is not coming onto the bat, getting on that swing. And Sharp bowling brilliantly here. He has picked up 3 wickets so far. Done a bit of the damage for the Sri Lankan batters here. Probably these 2 batters, Shane Fernando, both of them are new to the crease. And Indika Disairam needs to hang in there, see the new ball off a bit and bat on until probably the first hour. The first hour swings here at Coles, definitely. And the England bowlers here bowling brilliant lines and lengths, not giving much room to these batters. Only Saman Jayanta went off with 2 flicks over the mid wicket. Apart from those 2 shots, all on the trot there. Bowling, that's the wicket. There you go. Pitch outside the off stump, getting that outswinger and trying to drive it, but straight to the gully fielder, Desai. Watchfully left. Probably that's what the Sri Lankan batters should do. And Sharp tempting the batters to drive outside the off stump, and he got 2 fielders behind the stumps. 1 for slip and a short gully there. He's getting that ball swing in and out. And that's play and a miss to end the 7th over. Sri Lanka 29 for 3.
Sri Lanka need to do a big job to get out of this situation. 29 for 3. Sean to continue from the commentary box end. He's been quite disciplined with the ball as well, supporting Sharp from this end, keeping it tight and not letting this Sri Lankan batsman let loose.
Yeah, Reshwan, I was about to say, Sean Cooper has done a pretty good job. And despite he has not taken any wickets, there you go, inside edge again. You see the ball is swinging. And both these bowlers have kept it really tight. Here and there we have seen a bit of swing. There you go, that's a replay. The ball coming in sharply. And in the case here, I'm going for that big booming on drive, getting that inside edge. And he's off the mark now. Not convincingly, but these two batters need to stick in there. See these two bowlers, probably they might both bowl 5 overs each at least. There you go, it came in sharply again. Seeing a lot of swing here. This Duke ball, normally even the red ball swings a lot. This pinkish also the same, and probably the Englishman, they knows how to get those swing even in this dry track. Yeah, they are able to get that swing here at Colts Cricket Ground.
Did making that ball talk as a slight miscommunication in the middle, but both batsmen safely back in this crease. Surely these two bowlers, Sean and Sharp, have been making this ball talk early on. Just the eighth over we're into. Sri Lanka have already lost 3 important batsmen.
Reshwan, despite losing the toss, these two bowlers have done a tremendous job. One taking 3 wickets and the other one is supporting.
Indeed, Sean Cooper playing that supporting role. He's just conceded 9 runs in 3.5 overs. We often talk about batting partnerships, Rajiv. I think bowling partnerships as well can be important in the game of cricket.
Yeah, these two bowlers have done that partnership. And they're maintaining the run rate as well, bowling those swinging deliveries after. And probably that's the end of the over. Yes, it's 8 gone. Sri Lanka 30 for 3.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So Sri Lanka 30 for 3 after 8 overs. Marcus Sharp continuing to bowl his 5th over. He's picked up 3 crucial wickets. That's the 4th one. And Marcus Sharp is bowling Sri Lanka out here. And he has picked up his 4th. And that's the end of Indika Diseram. Sri Lanka in huge trouble. 30 for 4.
Big wicket for Marcus Sharp. Look at that coming in. And just being able to get that gap between bat and pad. And Marcus Sharp damages the furniture as Indika Diseram walks back for just 1 run. A big blow for Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is in deep trouble. 30 for 4.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
Sri Lanka 30 for 4. And Marcus Sharp picking up all 4 wickets for England. And that brings Suwanji Madanayaka into the crease.
Big responsibility on the hands of skipper Shane Fernando and Suwanji Madanayaka. They need to spend time in the middle and try and get a big partnership here for the 5th wicket as Sharp. He's bowling absolutely well here. He's bowling his 5th over.
We don't have the pitch map, but I would say the pitch map will be all on that good length. Every ball will be on the good length. There you go. The ball went through the bat and pad there. And there was not much swing in that ball. It was a straight up delivery. Indica Salem paying for that swing. That's pitch outside the off stump again. Ball went past the bat. And England coming in strongly here. Even after winning the toss. I mean, even after losing the toss. The Sri Lankan batters are not finding it easy.
Indeed, bowling these line and lengths early on. Absolutely, it's been a big headache for the Sri Lankan batsmen in the middle. Relatively 2 new batsmen now. Both batsmen yet to get off mark. England right on the money after losing the toss. Sharp.
So dot ball to end wicket maiden over. Sri Lanka 30 for 4 after 9 overs.
Sean Cooper to continue from the commentary box end. He's done the supportive role well. Once again, slight a bit of movement now for him as well.
Rishwan, it's the 10th over. And we see plenty of swing still off this ball, the Duke's ball. And the wicket is also supporting these English opening bowlers. That's way down the leg side. Probably umpires might call a wide there. It was given leg byes.
So welcome runs, Rajiva, for Sri Lanka after some time, after a couple of overs.
These two batters need to build that partnership. See this new ball off. Wait for the spinner, because plenty of overs left. 35 overs left in their innings. And plenty of time to stick in there, build that score. At least over 200 would be a defendable score here, because we see a lot of swing there. Still good outswinger there by Sean Cooper.
Indeed, if Sri Lanka to defend a total, they need to get to a respectable one. This England batting as well, they're on form. And as you mentioned in the pitch report as well, Rajiv, teams chasing have often won in this tournament as well. And especially in this ground. Saw Sri Lanka chase down against USA as well. And once again, a peach of a delivery from Sean Cooper.
Suwanji Madanayaka was not comfortable with the side screen there. Talking about Sean Cooper, he's bowling his fifth over, and that's the no ball.
Probably trying a bit too much now, Sean Cooper. And an opportunity for Sri Lanka to just break the shackles. Free hit delivery coming up. As you see, overstepped quite with a big margin. As Suwanji Madanayaka has an opportunity to break the shackles now.
Probably to get off the mark. Both these batters are still on naught. Coming down the track and driven straight to extra cover. No run.
No harm there for that free hit delivery. England still managing to keep the Sri Lankan batsman intact. Good delivery from Cooper.
Yeah, see the pressure in there at the middle. The batters, even on this free hit delivery, yet to score runs. So that is the pressure that has been built by these two seamers of the England Over-50s. So that's the end of the 10th over. Sri Lanka 32 for 4.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Welcome back. 32 for 4 at the end of 10. Sri Lanka in a spot of bother here. Both batters yet to get off the mark. Shane Fernando, the skipper, and Suwanji Madanayaka. Both have faced equal number of deliveries. When people might have wondered whether Sharp was going to take a break after bowling 5 overs, the captain has decided, I'll give him one more because he's picked up 4 for 13. Good morning, Haritha.
Good morning, Kosala. Good morning, everybody. The top of the table clash, and Sri Lanka struggling big time. That was well played. Played late, played neat. Superb timing, placement good. Sri Lanka Over-50s skipper gets a boundary, and that's a rarity now.
Yeah, it's a welcome boundary, I could say, for Sri Lanka. A rare bad delivery from Sharp, and it was well played. In fact, well placed. He waited on that, and execution was perfect.
First 5 overs, 28 for 2. The second 5 over spell, just 4 runs, losing 2 wickets. Sri Lanka Over-50s. That's how dominating England Over-50s have been over the last 5 overs.
Another outside edge. It's an indication of the ball still doing a little bit off the surface. It's normally a customary thing that happens in Coles, but the England bowlers have really exploited that, Haritha.
Only 3 bowlers have picked up 5 wickets in this tournament so far. Or rather, only 2. He's trying to be the third.
At the moment, he's well on course. Suwanji Madanayaka might have played against a few of these players when he was playing his league cricket in England.
Maybe in the last World Cup, if Sri Lanka Over-50s played against England Over-50s, but this English Over-50s side is the most organized of the lot playing in this tournament. They, South Africa, New Zealand, and certainly Australia, very organized in all aspects of their game. Batting, bowling, fielding, and the warm-ups.
Sri Lanka lost to England in the warm-up game.
Yeah, they've been dominating. England Over-50s have been absolutely dominating. Batting, bowling, fielding.
I can see that Madanaka is very keen to make sure that he keeps his end updates. 11 overs done, 37 for 4.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
See, this is the batting card for Sri Lanka Over-50s after they won the toss and elected to bat. The wickets of Saman Jayantha, Rory Ingram and Indika Seram, the three former national caps, has been a big drawback because against rather weak opposition coming into this game, as they made 4 wins in this tournament. This is the 5th game for Sri Lanka Over-50s. They had weak opposition and some of them made runs, yes, but this is a different story. Marcus Sharp, 6 overs, 3 maidens, mind you. 4 wickets for 18 and good support role by Sean Cooper. 5 overs, none for 10. I'll tell you that in the absence of the regular coach, Kupal Patel, Sean Cooper and the wicketkeeper Charlie Knightley are looking after the team's preparations, doing the coach's job in addition. They've done a wonderful job, superb preparations. They've made England Over-50s. Side led by David Snellgrove, manager Peter Ryder, liaison officer Cecilia Indratna, who's better known for his rugby at Royal College. Plays a lot of Masters cricket for Colombo Masters. They follow wickets. Then this is Ruin Peris after Saman Jayantha. The ones to follow after that was Rory Ingram and Indika Deseram.
So Cooper decides that I'll have one more. So you can, it just gives an indication that the England team is trying to pick up one more here. That's what they're looking at.
It's better. Suwanji Matanayaka has been batting for 13 balls, yet to get off the mark. I remember Shane Fernando made a superb 70 odd against Australia in Over-50s in a warm-up game that was played for the Harry Solomons Cup here. That was also after the top order had caved in. Indika Deseram also got a 70 plus on that occasion. Today is a different story altogether. Tomian, rather, what am I talking? The Sri Lanka Over-50s lower order is being exposed for the first time.
Quite right, Haritha. Spot on. It's a challenge. Sanji Madanayaka, he's a canny customer. He will battle his way out here as long as he can. Very active cricketer still. Hails from the hill capitals of Sri Lanka. Kingswood College in Kandy.
Better known for their rugby also, school level.
Played a lot of cricket for BRC.
Yeah, played a lot. Adjoining club. He played around for a while. He played for Air Force a lot. He was felicitated as the oldest active first-class cricketer by the Wisden Almanac. Very proud of it.
Very proud.
Coming at number 10 as the Air Force captain, he scored 100 in first-class cricket.
Now currently a banker by profession.
I think he's left the bank. He's now a junior selector for Sri Lanka cricket. He's working with the talent scout part of Sri Lanka cricket. Yet to get off the mark.
But he wouldn't mind it. That's how Madanayaka is. He will battle it in. He will stick it out there.
Yeah, Sri Lanka will miss the services of Duminda Somavera. He's not included in the squad. Good bat, tall, lanky. You can't accommodate everybody. Superb delivery. On the corridor. End of 12. Sri Lanka Over-50s electing to bat 39 for 4 against England Over-50s.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Harita, just look at this. Sharp decides to go with over number 7.
I have seen bowlers operating and completing their 9-over spells.
But not in this format? Or
In this format,
okay.
in this tournament, yes. But let me add, they were not medium fast bowlers.
I presume they were spinners.
Yeah. You don't say you were expecting to have a tearaway fast bowler instead? Come on. Kosa, you're not interested in playing Over-50s?
The problem is the recovery period is too long.
Don't tell lies. Find a sponsor and then play.
When I said recovery period, is that the muscles, because I've not been playing active cricket actually. So like these guys who are currently playing for Sri Lanka, who still get involved in the game.
This is a lot to learn for Sri Lanka masters, not only the age group. When you say masters, over 40s, over 60s, 50s and 70s, the preparation, the application, how serious you are. Because all these people, they pay and come and play. The International Masters Cricket, 14 teams, 56 matches, 16 venues, 10 days of cricket. Tremendous sports tourism complex.
And in fact, also some leisure been involved during this tournament, because the England team was at the Mount Lavinia Beach Hotel yesterday at the Tropical Hut, enjoying the afternoon. Oh, that's well bowled. That's very well bowled. Beaten all ends up. And coming back to the point that they were enjoying the beautiful sandy beaches of Sri Lanka at the Mount Lavinia Hotel yesterday, having an afternoon outing.
Don't tell me you were doing.
No, I was at the hotel for another reason.
Came back a long way. Shane Fernando is now trying to survey what exactly happened. He was safe, he thought, in trying to leave that delivery.
No, take a look at this again. Sharp was just thinking, why didn't he do that extra inch? If he did that, I don't think Shane read that delivery. He was looking for the outswinger.
Even then, it came back a lot. Yeah, the other one. Oh, the control. It's been superb. End of 13. Sri Lanka still struggling at 39 for 4.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙලට. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Cooper decides to start another over. This is his 7th. Madanayaka 7th, 18 balls and yet to get off the mark. He wouldn't mind that as he can hold his end up. But how long can he do that? He's given a lot of pressure by both the seamers, Sean and Sharp. So it's a double S attack that's dominating at the moment.
Yeah, it's a double S attack and a double S batting combination too. Great wicket keeping by Charlie Knightley. He's been amongst the runs too, so this is a very good all-round side. The England Over-50s. Sri Lanka Over-50s captain is out there in the middle. Shane Fernando, former Sri Lanka cricket media manager, played his cricket at Courtney St. Thomas's. Dashing top order bat, played for SSC. Went out to the Middle East, played for UAE nationals team.
What Madanayaka has identified here is that Sean Cooper intends to bowl that on that corridor and he takes it away from the left hander. So he's been very watchful not to bring his bat in. But how long can Madanayaka resist this? That's the challenge going on here.
See, if he bats for this long and if he doesn't score, it's going to hurt the team too. But having said that, oh, it's a no ball. Having said that, the initial idea is to stop the fall of wickets in a possession. So the 5th wicket pair has put on 10 runs so far. But they've taken 4 overs to do that.
I would feel more than that, Tarika.
No, the 4th wicket fell in the 9th. So this is about the 5th then, when you consider it's the 14th over. The umpires are Suresh Budu from Canada and Daryl O'Sullivan from Australia. 13 umpires from overseas have been joined by 5 from Sri Lanka. And that's what we know Madanayaka can do. Brilliant shot.
Well, he capitalized on the free hit delivery. Was not afraid to charge down. And got it into the gap. Welcome boundary for Sri Lanka. Madanayaka gets off the mark.
It's the way he executed that shot that gives confidence. He's been batting there for some time. All along the ground. Back to the grind.
It's a battle between cat and mouse at the moment, where Sharp and Sean and Swanji is concerned. Cooper leaving it in that corridor. Madanayaka saying, no, I'm not going to hit you. I'm going to leave you. I'm going to leave you. Cooper says, hit me if you can.
Shanta Gunasekara is manager of the Sri Lanka team. The liaison officer is Sanjeeva Kadavatharachi. He handles matters at the Colombo Colts, Sanjeeva. End of another containing over. end of 14, Sri Lanka Over-50s electing to bat 44 for 4 at the Colombo Colts.
So the first change in the bowling. Shane Fernando. He's on 6. Sonji Madanaka is on 4. You're talking about Shane Fernando, where he played his cricket and all, but he also hails from a very entertaining family who is in the musical industry. It's been for the first time. Another rider, medium pace of
Kshitij Desai.
Yeah. I'm sure he's called shortened as KT or something. So Fernando is from a musical family of the Fernandos, very prolific musicians in Sri Lanka.
Come and say more. You're from that industry.
Oh, this is good. Still, the England bowlers are getting some movement, Harita. That's very interesting to see. Even Desai getting that one to really move away from Fernando. Good, very good. They've really made Sri Lanka work hard for their runs. They're just going under a fraction of 3 runs and over.
It's not the runs, it's just the grind. How many dot balls? That's well played. Shane Fernando, during his time, was a prolific striker of the ball. He was one of those 360 players during his school and club days. Leaning into it, found the gap, good timing in the air, but he knew where he was trying to play.
Just a fraction off line, with being offered and very well executed.
He'll have to bat good and bat long. He's got into double figures. Just take a look at that. Between these two, 49 balls at the moment. That's more than 8 overs. That'll complete the first over for the SI. And at the end of 15, Sri Lanka Over-50s elected to bat 48 for 4 against England Over-50s.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So Sri Lanka Over-50s 48 for 4 after 15 overs. Won the toss today, elected to bat first. The wicket has certainly assisted the bowlers in our pitch report. Well, it was said that there would be some assistance for the bowlers. But Shane Fernando decided that he's going to have a bat. And look at total about 270. That's what he said at the toss.
Yeah, 270 is a long way. And they have got 30 overs left. And so we see spin coming in now. It's
Here's spin coming in. And there's the run rate 3.2 at the moment. The last over had just that one boundary.
So it's Zulfi Bhatt into the attack, left arm orthodox. Interesting to see how the wicket is going to play for the spinners now. We saw a lot of swing, especially the likes of Sean Cooper and Marcus Sharp. There you go, first ball, slight spin there.
It's not going to be easy for the batsman. Even to build a partnership, they have to bat really well.
Yes, Sri Lankan batters needs to stick in there, bat throughout the 45 overs, even for them to get to 200 run mark.
You think it's possible?
Probably. We have a depth in the batting order. Still yet to come, Punyakanta Abesekara.
Yes, Upul Chandana is also there in the pack.
Upul Chandana. So Pujit Udubana. So these are the batters left in the camp. Probably the skipper Shane Fernando needs to be there probably until the 30th, 35th over. Even to get to the 200 mark, Sri Lanka needs to score at the rate of 5 runs per over for the next remaining 30 overs to get that 150 run mark. That's a cut away fine and straight. It's gone to the boundary line there. He played it quite late and waited the ball come onto the bat and guided away through that point region. Bit of a late cut shot there, passing that third man fielder.
Yeah, that was a welcome boundary, in fact, for the Sri Lankan Over-50s. They've really struggled at the moment, but then Suwanji Madanayaka and Shane Fernando trying to build a partnership, and there we are. They're going for that single, but there was no call at all. We saw Shane Fernando run down the track, and then Suwanji saw Shane coming down and then took off, but the worst that Sri Lanka could have now is a run out.
Yeah, with that previous boundary, Sri Lanka being that 50 run mark coming in the 16th over. Defensively played there by Suwanji Madanayaka. He has faced 26 balls. And, early in the previous over, he came down the track and got his first runs with a boundary. So dot ball to end the 16th over. Sri Lanka 54 for 4.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritty. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So Sri Lanka Over-50s 54 for 4, win the toss and batting first against England today. And Shane Fernando on 15 of 30 balls now. Suwanji Madanayaka on 4, that one boundary. And they lost their top order batsman. Well, the best batsmen, I think, in the side have all gone. Saman Jayanta, Rory Ingram, along with Ruin Peris and Indika Desiran, the batsman dismissed. Wide called.
Yeah, Kishijit Desai. He's continuing to bowl from the Havelock Park ground end. Even in this is the 17th over, Eric. You see, still the ball has some swing off this track. Interesting to see, though the wicket is so dried, these deep balls, the Englishman getting some swing off this track.
Yeah, don't forget these tracks have been used so much and they are really tired at the moment.
What I was told by the groundsman just before the pitch report, it's the same wicket they used for the Zimbabwe and the New Zealand game. And in that game also, Zimbabwe batted first. They got 205. They had a flying start. But in the middle, they struggled to finish off their innings. in the 45 overs and managed to get only 205. And New Zealand was struggling at one stage. They were 21 for 3. And the two batters, Foster and Robinson, hammered the Zimbabwe bowlers. There were 2 chances of those 2 batters were dropped, but still New Zealand came out winning with 2 overs to spare and chased down the score with 5 wickets in hand.
Down the leg side. That's running down towards the fine leg boundary. Has enough legs to cross the boundary now. So there we are. Wide called as well.
There's 5 runs added to the total. Those are crucial runs for Sri Lanka here because they need that partnership to build. So they were 30 for 4 at one stage. Now these 2 batters have added 31 runs. Way down the leg side, probably. He needs to get that direction on the trot properly. There go.
Another one.
Yeah, same area. Same.
And that was quicker.
Yeah, that was quicker. Same thing happened in 2 different deliveries. Sri Lanka got 10 runs without a ball here.
That's right.
The welcome runs for the Sri Lankans here. They needed it. Someone needs to score runs, probably the wides. So Desai giving some runs away for Sri Lankans here. In this tournament, these bowlers, they don't play much cricket back in their respective countries. So this accuracy is a bit of in the wayward side. I've seen a lot of extras being given away of these bowlers. Because of this accuracy, they don't practice much throughout the year. They don't have this cricket going in. But despite of not practicing, some of the batters and bowlers have bowled and batted brilliantly in this tournament, scoring centuries, picking up 5 wicket hauls.
A couple of days ago, we did the Australia versus South Africa game at the BRC grounds, and South Africa lost to that game to Australia because they bowled 18 wides.
Exactly. So 18 wides is 18 extra balls.
That's right.
So chasing down a target of 245 in 45 games, if I'm not mistaken, something around that.
Right. So a wide over has been called. Scorer reckons only 16.5 overs were bowled, 1 ball short. But we've got to take it as 17 overs completed now, as the field crosses over as well. Yes, so the wides are so important. If you bowl wides and you give runs away, that could be the difference in winning or losing a match.
Yeah, in the previous over, 11 wides were bowled.
That's right.
So that is 3 extra deliveries. And there you go, the previous over. In fact, earlier was given 4 leg buys. So probably that's what made the over counted. It didn't count on the screen there.
Nicely driven. Well stopped as well for mid-off, running across to his right and doing the fielding.
Yeah, Snell Grove, the skipper for England Over-50s there. And, he would have gone for a 4 if he didn't attempt a diving attempt there. He didn't have stopped that ball.
Right, so got a slip in place with the short third man, the backward point, extra cover mid-off, and the sweeper.
Yeah, it's a 6-3 field. He has 3 fielders only on the leg side. Deep square leg and a short mid-wicket and a mid-on the 30-yard circle. So he's trying to bowl outside the off stump to Shane Fernando, getting him to drive and play only on the offside. Tossed up delivery, back past the bowler, straight to the mid-on. And a bit of a footy there by Snell Grove. Easy pickings. So that's the end of the 5th wicket. And Shane Fernando departs for 16. And Sri Lanka trouble and trouble after one after the other.
Looking at the replay, there we are. It's tossed up. Driven in the air. Didn't get that timing right. And just got the placement straight to the England captain, who made no mistake with that. So Shane Fernando, his vigil comes to an end caught by David of Zulfi for 16, faced 35 balls. When you batted that long, you've got to kick it on and try and make some impression in your innings, but not to be. And Sri Lanka lose their fifth, 65-67 for 5.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Postal Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So new man in is Upul Chandana, relieved of the international duties because the Sri Lanka team completed their fixtures yesterday against Australia. He's the fielding coach. You wonder how much of cricket he has been playing.
Yeah, he's playing his first game, and you see the first ball. He's a busy character. He loves to take those quick singles, and even back in the day for Sri Lanka, he was a brilliant fielder. That's driven firmly down the ground there. He's off the mark in the second ball. Tossed up delivery. Driven straight back past the bowler for a boundary. So he might be busy because there's only one fielder, Rick, in the boundary line. That's the square leg. He loves to sweep the ball as well. And now we see the long off fielder going down. Tossed up delivery. Straight as an arrow.
Yes, this time plays defensive on the offside, looking for that single all the time. So Anjali is not interested in the singles there. End of the over as well coming up. And Sri Lanka Over-50s are 71 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So Sri Lanka 71 for 5 after 18 overs. And, we were talking about a partnership. They were building a partnership from 30 for 4. And Shane Fernando and Suwanji Matanayaka had 37 runs for the 5th wicket. But they need a better partnership than 37, Eric. They need to build up the score at least from this position 71 for 5. Somewhere around at least 175 above for the bowlers to bowl at.
Clear a miss. Well, the 19th over, each innings is 45 overs. Lots of overs still to get runs, so you can't afford to keep losing wickets.
The wickets have been falling in regular interval, especially, the first 10 overs, they were 4 down for 30. And play and a miss again, wide outside the off stump, Shuan the Madanayaka slashing it. There's 2 cover fielders there. One at backward point. And, there's a slip as well for that edge.
This time gets back to ball and the single being taken. So it will bring Upul Chandra on strike for 1 ball in this over. This is the 19th over, 72 for 5.
Yeah, interesting to see Upul Chandra playing his first game. Probably he has to deliver so much and contribute so much for the side.
The expectations will be very high, in fact, because he is so involved with national cricket.
Yeah, he's involved in national cricket as a supporting staff, fielding coach for the Sri Lanka team. That's driven firmly again through extra cover. This is good batting. Tossed up delivery on the trot there. And he loves going after the bowling. You see the replay. Pitched up, driven firmly through extra cover. Welcome to boundaries for Upul Chandra.
Yes, that's right. Welcome boundaries for Upul Chandra. Perhaps he's got some plans up his sleeve as well. So 76 for 5. Chandra is on 8. Cuts this time, cuts well down towards third man, but picked up inside the boundary to pick up a single.
He looks positive here. This is good batting. He looks positive, but he needs to be there and probably for a longer time period. So that's the end of the 19th over. Sri Lanka 77 for 5.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Sri Lanka 77 for 5 after 19 overs. Upul Chandra walking in at number 7. Got 2 quick boundaries. He looks busy. Even back in the days, he was a busy player. He's continuing here, even at the over-50s. What I see, Eric, I like this positive approach, but it needs to continue at least till the 30th to 35th over. So,
yes, I think they'll need somebody to bat right through the innings. Oh, stumped. Chandana down the track looking to play it gently on the offside. Beaten all ends up. Wicketkeeper collected cleanly. Had the bails off. And Sri Lanka Over-50s lose their 6th wicket.
Yeah, he was trying that quick single. And, trying to guide it towards the extra cover. There was spin off that. And easy stumping there for Knightley. And that's the 2nd wicket for Zulfi Bhatt. Sri Lanka 77 for 6 in deep trouble. Upul Chandra departs for 9. He's facing 6 deliveries.
Right, so what type of batting has Sri Lanka got left here in the bag? We'll wait and see. Perhaps Nonis can also bat a bit.
Probably he needs to stay there. Not talking about that positive approach. Upul Chandra was trying to sneak that single. And there was some spin off that delivery. And paying the price. Getting out stumped there. So I was talking about that particular area outside the off stump for the right-hander. It looks pretty dry.
Yes, Punyakanta Abegunasekara also can bat.
Yeah, he's another good left-hander. Oh, Nalandian.
Yes, Rig is come out to bat at the moment. little break maybe for some refreshment for the fielding side.
Yeah, it's very warm and humid out there in the middle. There's not a single cloud out there. No shade, nothing here at Colts Cricket Grounds. And Sri Lanka in deep trouble. 77 for 6 after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Sri Lanka over-50s left with one game only, Eric, against the New Zealand over-50s. They might need to win that with a huge big margin. And the England over-50s have also the Australian over-50s are 2 games each.
So Punyakanta Abegunasekara is in the middle, the left-hander. No mean batsman, in fact he can bat.
That's the replay. He's trying to get that single off extra cover. He's getting some spin. So I was talking that of the pitch in the report, pitch report early in the morning. You can see now the left-hander is facing outside the off stump for the right-hander on that rough area, who's bowling from the com box end. Will get a lot of spin. You see even a huge appeal there, probably pitched outside leg stump. So anything outside the off stump, in and out, even if it's off spin or left arm, you will see a lot of spin in that area. Yeah, pitched outside leg stump, probably hitting, probably not hitting the stumps there. That's driven firmly to the point region. Plenty of fielders in the ring now, inviting the batters to go after the bowler and over the fielder. So it's not going to be easy. They need to bat on probably, even though Sri Lanka maintaining this 4 runs per over, probably needs to stick there. Batters need to get in their eye. 6 down for 77. Almost the end of the 20th over.
Right, so one ball left to the 20th. And this partnership also will be crucial for the Sri Lankan over-50s. Not much batting to come, in fact, for the Sri Lankans.
Yeah, I think Pujita Uduna also can bat a bit.
That completes the over. 20 completed. Sri Lanka over-50s 77 for 6.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
$77 for 6, 20 done. We're not even into the halfway stage. Sri Lanka's more than half of the side back in the pavilion.
Indeed, last wicket Upul Chandana just read that line wrong, came down the track, was stumped. Sri Lanka in deep trouble. Suwanji Madanayaka holding one end, not getting the runs in easily. He's 6 of 35 deliveries, taking his time. That's driven away neatly, and that races away to the boundary. Welcome boundary for Sri Lanka. This is now Suwanjit Madanayaka would want to get a move on now.
Well, more than the move on, if he finds a reliable, that one in the zone, placement was perfect. More than making a move on, it's that he needs to find an able partner to hold that next end up. That's what he needs to do. Try and get Punyakanta to hold his end up, bat along till about the 30th over, maybe at 2-3 runs and over. Would take them to somewhere around 115 at the end of the 30th, and then look how we want to progress from that point onwards.
Indeed, if they are to top a good score, if they are to defend a score, they have to put a respectable total, because this England side Their strength is batting, although they have come out all guns blazing with the ball in hand, courtesy Marcus Sharp. In his first spell, he struck gold.
Interesting to see who the 12th player that Sri Lanka is. I think Renuka Nonis is the 12th player, or the replacement player when it comes to the bowling part. So that's neatly put away. That will find the boundary. Punyakantha will get off the mark with the boundary. This is not a good over from KT or Desai, you can call him. He's considered 2 boundaries in this over. Looking at the batting to come for Sri Lanka, they got Daminda Vijayasekara to follow. They got Chaminda Rajapaksa. And who could be the other?
Indeed, played that quite late, Punyakantha. We're going to say once again, single to end a 10-run over. Rare over with runs for Sri Lanka, as Sri Lanka after 21 overs, 87 for 6. Sri Lanka trying to get a move on. We're in trouble, as you see, very concerning dressing room. Sri Lanka in a spot of bother. 87 for 6. Have lost wickets in regular intervals. These two in the middle, Punyakantha and Suwanji Madanayaka, will have to do the rebuilding stuff. Important 7th wicket partnership for Sri Lanka is needed. Both left-handers will have to take the attack on now. Just as Kozal mentioned, bat till that 30th over and then assist from where they can go up to. Zulfi will continue from the combox end.
He's picked up 2 wickets so far. Shane Fernando and Apul Chandana being his scalps. Reminds me of a little bit of Monty Panasa, where he comes in. He's got the cap worn behind. Monty had a turban on his head. Have you ever seen anybody bowl any spinner that you can remember who would bowl with the cap on?
Modern day of cricket, you rarely see bowlers bowling with the cap on, and nevertheless a quick single. Good running between the wickets between Suwanji and Punyakantha. Sri Lanka will need that. They'll need quick runs. They'll need quick singles that will be needed. Put some pressure on these England fielders.
Suwanji was running to the danger end, but it was his call. It missed everything. Missed everything. Missed the batsman, missed the keeper, missed the stumps.
Close call. Being a charmed life, Suwanji Madanayaka on that occasion.
That's the only bad shot he's played throughout this stay here. And he almost perished by that.
Indeed, he's played a very responsible knock here. And Sri Lanka in a spot of bother. They needed a batsman like Suwanji Madanayaka to come and just settle things down as he crosses over to another couple of runs, as he ticks his score over to 13 runs of 41 deliveries. He spent a lot of time in the middle now, and Sri Lanka would want him to bank on it, try and take these innings deeper and deeper. Again, straight to the fielder to end the 22nd over. Sri Lanka, after winning the toss, They've been reduced to 90 for 6.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමාට. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Sri Lanka, #1 sports channel. Plenty of sporting action in the island nation, mainly the IMC Over-50s World Cup all across Colombo, and game of rugby as well happening at the MasterCard Club Rugby League in the plate segment. Sri Lanka take on Police Sports Club at the Air Force Grounds, Rathamalana. Just across us at the BRC Grounds in Colombo 5, USA take on UAE. Then at the DSNI College Grounds, South Africa take on India. Canada versus Pakistan just across them at the MCA Grounds, and in the suburbs of Colombo, Wales take on Australia in the Pusa Grounds, Bandaragama. So plenty of action on your Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare TV, and what a way to spend your Saturday afternoon. Just tune in and enjoy plenty of sporting action from the comfort of your own home. As you see the batting card of Sri Lanka, not much to talk about. Rory and Saman Jayant, they got off to a flyer, but it was Sharp who destroyed that top order of Sri Lanka. And Shane Fernando had a brief stay in the middle, 35 deliveries for his 16 runs. Right now in the middle, Suwanji Madanaik and Punyakant. And the pick of the bowlers for Sri Lanka, for England rather, Marcus Sharp, 4 for 18 in 7 overs, so 4 maidens as well. He's been the pick of the bowlers for England after they have been asked to bowl. And Zulfi, the other wicket taker, 2 for 13, and a major praise should go to Sean Cooper as well, who supported Marcus Sharp from the other end. He's not been awarded with a wicket, but he's bowled quite tightly, just conceding 17 runs for his 7 overs, as the England bowlers have come out on top at the halfway mark, you can say.
Change the bowling. Bowler's name? Nick Phillips. He's operating. He's off breaks. And we're bowling to Madanayaka. He's made that'll be a wide. Yes, it is.
You take behind the wickets as well. If not, that would have been tickled away to the fence.
He's definitely got his radar wrong at the moment, Nick. Did Madanaka get a bat on that? It'll just trickle over the boundary.
Indeed, I think he has got a bat on it as the umpire single 4 runs.
So with that, Madanaka becomes the highest scorer of the innings. He moves on to 17. Apart from that, it was only Rory Ingram and Shen Fernando who went on to make double figures in this Sri Lankan score of 96 for 6.
Sri Lanka from now on would want to try and get up to 180, 200. It's a tall task for them. Skipper Shane Fernando mentioned around 270, but that's quite far out. As once again, good cricket from Suwanji Madanayaka after that boundary. Crossing over for a single, keeping that scoreboard ticking now. Slightly on the expensive side for Nick early on. Just 7 runs in 3 balls.
Sorry to Saman Jantha who made 13, not Ingram, the other opener. 97 for 6. Punyakanta will take strike. Good cricket. Tap and running. Punyakanta is a very canny customer. Played his cricket for Nalanda College, Colombo. Used to be a fastest off-break bowler during his school days and club days. We call him PK.
Left-handers in the middle. Nick Phillips off spin can come into play, but it's slightly on the expensive side for him to start off, as after 23 overs, Sri Lanka 98 for 6.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
Zulfi will continue from the com box end. He's got 2 big scabs. Once again, slight shout.
Coming back to that, I asked you, have you ever seen anybody bowl with the cap on or the cap behind?
I think nowadays you rarely see Kozala.
Yep.
And I think in women's cricket, some cricketers often bowl with the cap on.
Yeah, but one name that I can remember is former Australian off-spinner Greg Matthews. He used to bowl with the cap on towards Sri Lanka in 1992, and in that series also bowled his off-spin with the cap on.
And we see another one and another valuable runs. Just doesn't help Sri Lanka to get it over, but this is good running. They run for 3 runs, and that's brilliantly ran between the wickets. Suwanji and Punyakanta. In this day and age, it's not easy to run 3s.
Punyakanta becomes the 4th batter in the Sri Lankan innings to get to double figures. Look at that. Madanaka was very keen. He was the one who pushed Punyakanta. And they made it quite easily. Swanji Madanaka, very hard fighter.
Yes, and that's clearly showing. He came to the middle with when Sri Lanka were in a spot of bother, and now Sri Lanka have crossed that 100-run mark. The loss of 6 wickets. Madanayaka holding one end well. He's faced a bulk of 46 deliveries.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Madanayaka came into the crease in the 9th over.
Indeed, it's quite early for him. He's done really well. He's held one end, taking the attack on, and just try to come. Zulfi just delayed that delivery. All round good cricket. Another over comes to an end as you see the replay. He came down the track. Thought otherwise. There's 24 completed. Sri Lanka 101 for 6.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Craig Phillips will continue with his second over, slightly on the expensive side to start off for him. He's bowling at the two left-handers. Had a slip in place the previous over. That's a win for Sri Lanka to get that slip being removed. Sri Lanka, two left-handers in the middle, will be more comfortable. Nick Phillips went for 8 runs in his first over. Swept well straight to the fielder. Once again, cut away neatly. That will race away to the fence. This is a good batting from Punyakanta, formerly known as PK. He's taking the attack on. He's raced away to 15 in 18 deliveries.
This is what they should be doing. Anything loose, they need to put away effectively to the maximum, and that's exactly what PK has done here. Bisecting that sweeper cover. I don't think Nick will sustain a lot of spin off this track.
Indeed, as Rajiv mentioned in that pitch report, as the day goes on, this wicket will settle in. And he's read that wicket well. Punyakanta, he's come out with a positive mindset. Since he has come on, the scoreboard has been ticking quite regularly.
That's a game of cricket he plays. He's a very busy customer.
Oh, that spun and he's gone. He's nicked it off as we speak. As we praised Punyakanta, he's perished. And Nick Phillips has got his breakthrough. And the bowling change has worked for England. There's now Sri Lanka in deep trouble.
Look at that. That one spun and bounced. And found the glove of Punyakanta. And up went the umpire's fingers. Sri Lanka lose their 7th. With Punyakanta departing for 15. Caught Charlie Bolnick. Sri Lanka 101 for 7.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialog Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD.
Mama Gajaman.
So Sri Lanka 105 for 7 after 25 overs. Last wicket man was Punyakanta Abhay Gunasekara. We saw spin. Nick getting that bounce. The right arm off spinner. And getting that thick edge off to Knightley. So Daminda Videshakara is the new batter. He needs bat in there for a long time. 20 overs left. That was the last wicket. So spin and bounce. Pitch outside the off stump. He went after the bowling.
Yeah, it was his fault. I mean, that's a ball that you must leave away. He was there for a long time, having scored 15 runs. Suwanji Madanayaka holding up one end. Daminda Vijayasekara, well, better bowler, but certainly he can bat. Played for Nalanda and Bloomfield. Domiciled in Sydney. This is a opportunity for Suwanji Madanayaka to show his leadership qualities. He's been a decent leader.
Yeah, he has been a skipper as well in the first class arena and plenty of clubs. He is showing his leadership here, sticking into one end. So we see a change of the bowling from the com box, and it's Tuan Haji. And there's 20 overs left alongside with this over. And for the Sri Lankan over-50s, need that 175 at least.
See, they played 4 former national players, and their contribution has been just a miserly 23 runs. 13 of them came to Saman Jayant or Win Piris without trouble in the scorers. Good shot. That should run downhill. Oh no, brilliant fielding.
Yeah, that's
that takes Madanayaka on to 20. He'll be comfortable. I've always maintained that he should take 2 wickets and score 30 runs.
Yeah, he is. He is always in every single game. So down there, the boundary marker sharp, picking up the 4 prize wickets.
Yeah, I think he played in 2 of the games and picked up 2 wickets on 2 occasions. But he never got a chance to bat against weak opposition, I should say. The top order made a lot of runs.
Yeah, Sri Lanka chased those games pretty easily.
And even if they batted first, I think at the Horana ground, they batted first 291. I think it's still the highest team total so far in this tournament. Yeah, unless they get to 175, this is going to be an annihilation. End of 26, electing to bat Sri Lanka Over-50s, 107 for 7 against England Over-50s at the Colombo Colts Ground.
So Sri Lanka Over-50s, 107 for 7. Daminda Vijayasekara yet to face the ball.
He has to first settle in. It's taxing conditions for the Englishman, but their preparations have been very good. England, Australia, New Zealand, they have prepared themselves mentally and physically for the rigors. A brilliant shot of the new pavilion, assisted by Sri Lanka Cricket, like how they do with other clubs at the BRC, at the NCC, at Bloomfield.
Nicely tossed up delivery. There was some grip off that turf of the delivery. How are they talking about the Sri Lanka Over-50s run rate? They have maintained everything over 4 runs per over now. It's just that the wickets column is affecting them so far. Oh, that's a huge appeal. At the off stump, probably hitting him. At the off stump there.
The umpire was very confident.
And Nick Phillips getting some spin there. It's a hit outside the line there. Probably hitting the stumps, but definitely not out. The ball hits you.
Daryl O'Sullivan from Australia, he was very confident with his decision. Suresh Budu from Canada is the other officiating umpire. Yes, the Lanka Masters Cricket Association assisting International Masters Cricket, that's the IMC, in conducting this 4th Over-50s World Cup 2025 in Sri Lanka. Cedric Anthony came in with Oslo International as the principal sponsor, and Pujita Udwana with Pusa Leisure came in as the associate sponsor, 2 main sponsors of this tournament. That should be at least a couple, surely.
Yeah, he went after it, out pitch outside the off stump, getting that edge, flying towards that short third region for another couple. They haven't had a slip field for this one, left-handers mostly, because the ball is spinning and getting that bounce.
They are playing the safe waiting game, which is the right thing.
Even if there's a slip, it wouldn't have carried to the slip there.
That's wide down leg side. It would be another couple, a long chase for Haji.
So that's 5 runs coming.
No.
Was it
3
given
runs.
wide?
He's on either side of the wicket now.
Yeah, 5 runs coming off that single delivery. Yeah. That's flicked again to the short fine fielder there. So that's the end of the 27th over. Sri Lanka Over-50s 113 for 7.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Highest contribution so far is 31 extras, of which 13 are wide. So that's almost 2 overs, considering at least one of them went for 4 runs. One of those wides.
Yeah, apart from that, only Suwanji Madanayaka has got 22 runs for Sri Lanka. Earlier Punyakanta Habegunasekara getting 15. Samanjanta getting 13. Those are the only 3 batters got to double figures, and even Shane Fernando got 15 runs. So everyone having that start but not continuing to go on. The likes of Suwanji Madanayaka has faced over 50 deliveries. He has scored 22 runs now.
So this is what you need to be doing. Just rotate the strike. Just get you'll get the loose ball anyway. Having seen Suwanji Madanayaka from his school days at Kingswood, I know he's now got the frame of mind. He has batted for long. I mentioned that he had batted for 20 runs. He had not got a decent start, but now he's batted for 58. He's got to 20.
Came down the track.
Yeah, he will want to do that. He's probably now confident out in the middle. As long as you don't be reckless. The skipper, the England skipper, he's done a wonderful job. He's at short mid. Well bowled. Again, dropping on him. Come on, you're not 22? Yeah, Madanayaka, surely?
He's trying that. That's the only thing that is not had happened so far. A run out.
He's greedy for his run, I'll tell you that much.
There's 4 fielders in the inner circle there for saving that single on the offside, and he still wants to sneak that single.
Well bowled. See, if Daminda can get 20, if Chaminda Rajapaksa can get a 20.
Still we have Renu Gunonis also to come in.
Oh,
good stop.
That's practice football for them. Great anticipation. Good to be fit on your feet. That's what these over-50s are for England in the blue tops. Well bowled. Testing the batter with the teasing line and length. Tuan Haji. Tremendous over. End of 28. 114 for 7 Sri Lanka over-50s.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So Sri Lanka over-50s 114 for 7 after 28 overs. Nick Phillips continues to bowl his off-spinners from the Havelock Park ground end. And he gets a lot of spin. This is interesting. This is why there you go. Roshan Manama having a little bit of a chat with the Sri Lanka camp there.
Yeah, there's Senrat Senevaratna. He's board member of IMC and president of LMCA, who's conducting this tournament. Mahanama has been inducted into the Sri Lanka Sports Council under the chairmanship of Priyantha Ekanayaka, who played his cricket and more rugby for the national team. Played his cricket for his school. I think he played for Kandy CC too. Okay, Priyantha, good for you.
Yes, that's rock straight. And probably a good decision there by Darrell O'Sullivan from Australia. And Nick Phillips picks up the prize wicket of Suwanji Madanayaka. And he departs for 22 after facing 63 deliveries. It went straight on. Yes, probably. That's hitting midland leg.
He was probably late on the shot.
Yeah, that kept a little low as well.
Yeah.
And Sri Lanka over-50s 8 down now. 115 runs.
මම ගජමෑන්.
So Sri Lanka over-50s 115 for 8. Nick Phillips picking up Suwanji Madanayaka, the last wicket. He has bowled brilliant off spinners here. The last wicket, Suwanji Madanayaka got LBW. That ball straightened up a bit. And Darrell O'Sullivan judging him. That's a good delivery. That ball, if we see that replay, the ball, the previous delivery, he got a lot of spin. And that went on with the arm. And went straight. And he was very late there, Suwanji, defending that straight up delivery.
Former Anandian plays a lot of Masters cricket and Indo cricket. Chaminda Rajapaksa is in the shipping logistics industry.
These England spinners, they have bowled good lines. There you see the replay. Yeah, he was so late. He thought it will spin, but it went through the arm. And
kept low and skidded on to his pads.
It would have hit the Midland leg stumps.
Tremendous control. This is a quality off spinner that we are seeing. Just goes for the importance of preparations, and they're prepared very well. Horses for courses, I would believe.
So, one run off that over and a wicket for Nick Phillips. Sri Lanka 115 for 8 after 29 overs.
After Marcus Sharp cleaned up the top 4, Zulfi Bhatt and Nick Phillips have picked up a couple of wickets each to put Sri Lanka Over-50s under tremendous pressure, continuous pressure.
What I see in the Sri Lankan batting lineup, they have not built up that partnership. Probably they were going after the bowling most of the time.
Yeah, that fifth wicket stand of 37 between Shane Fernando and Suanji Madanayaka has been the best.
Probably the Sri Lankan batters never expected these kind of bowling attack by the England bowlers after winning the toss and electing to bat. And the ball was seaming in the first few overs.
And then Punyakanta Abegunasekara joined Suanji Madanayaka. They added 28 runs for the 7th wicket. Apart from that, nothing else. Still the 30 plus extras, the top score contribution in the Sri Lanka Over-50s scorecard.
Yeah, these two batters and one more batter remaining will have to do hard work to surpass these extras to be the top scorer here.
They've done extremely well if we got that far. 230s from any of these batters or 230s from the next three, the last three. Renu Kanonis will be the last batter in.
Yeah, to get there, Sri Lanka has 15 overs left. And single to end the 30th over. Sri Lanka Over-50s 117 for 8.
Sri Lanka after 30 in a spot of bother. Innings that never got going. That's 17 for 8. This is Nick Phillips will continue from the Havelock Park end. Very good afternoon to you, Eric. Sri Lanka just haven't got going here.
Out for a big shout for LBW. Perhaps outside the right of off stump. But why not ask the question? There we go with the replay. Oh,
Nick Phillips getting some purchase out of this wicket after that expensive over of him in his very first over. He's come back well. Got Got some important wickets as well, like the first Suwanji Madanayaka, who was settled in. But spinning ball doing the better of him as taking the attack now is Chaminda. Just misses everything. Went for that sweep shot option. Gets a bat onto it, straight to the pad. Luckily, it doesn't pop up to the wicket keeper. Now cut away for a single. Runs will be important for Sri Lanka. They need to at least get up to 150. Try and give a challenge to this England batsman.
It'll be interesting to see how the Sri Lankan spinners will bowl on these wickets. Will they get some turn? Will they get some extra bounce?
The Sri Lanka spinners have been the more threatening bowlers in the tournament, and we'll talk about that later on as 31 completed, Sri Lanka 118 for 8.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitu 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Spin to continue. As that's dropped in the slip cordon. Couldn't judge that well. As Chaminda Wijayasekara gets a life in the middle. There you see the replay. Played it quite late. He got onto it, but just couldn't grab to that delivery. But nevertheless, Chaminda Wijayasekara playing those expensive strokes now.
Yes, Chaminda perhaps realizing that they must get some runs going. There's no sense in having lots of dot balls and getting 1 run or 2 runs in over. At 118 for 8, we're in the 32nd over. And once this is complete, another 13 overs to go. But of course, they've got only 2 wickets in hand. That's the negative part for the Sri Lankan Over-50s.
England have the ranks of Marcus Sharp and Sean Cooper. They have a couple of overs left in them. Bowl 7 overs on the trot in this heat. Like to see some pace given these two batsmen. Is once again greatly fielded, but Sri Lanka have crossed over well. A quick single. That's Sharp on your screens. He's the one who destroyed that top order of Sri Lanka. And bounce, good fielding as well.
Just made his ground, and the umpire saw that well, in fact.
Indeed, good decision.
Wide. So wide comes up.
Plenty
now
of
the extras going up to 32, is it?
Yes, plenty of extras, and extras have helped Sri Lanka to get to 120 as well. Extras have been the main contributor. Wijayasekara drives that one straight to long off for a single.
So Tuan Haji bowled the last ball is 4th over, none for 80 figures, the left armer.
Wayward delivery once again. We'll have to re-bowl that. Another extra.
The extras have really helped Sri Lanka scores. Otherwise, this total wouldn't have been even 100.
Indeed. Extras coming into Sri Lanka as another over comes to an end. Just a couple of extras and a single in it. as Sri Lanka after 32 overs, 122 for 8.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Off spin of Nick Phillips to continue from the Havelock Park end. He's been causing some headaches to the batsman. Wickets negotiates it well.
Yes, the slip has been taken out. So more or less a defensive field.
I'd like to see England with a more attacking field. They're just 2 wickets away from wrapping the Sri Lankan innings.
Another quick single. Just tickles this round the corner. Backward square leg for 1. So the Sri Lankan Over-50s is struggling to score every single run. So difficult. Lost their way in the morning.
Another shout, but the finger goes up. A delayed decision as Chaminda Wijayasekara will have to walk back. Chaminda Rajapaksa rather will have to walk back, and Sri Lanka lose another. Wickets being bundled out now, and a long shout as the finger raises. Sri Lanka lose the 9th wicket. Sri Lanka innings just not going as Chaminda Rajapaksa walks back after making 3 runs in 15 deliveries. Trapped LBW by Nick Phillips.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So number 11 walks out. That is Renuka Nonis. He joins Wijayasekara in the middle. So the last pair for Sri Lanka, the run rate is 3.77. They're only in the 33rd over. Each innings permitted 45 overs, and well, we don't think that Sri Lanka's innings are going to 45 overs unless some miracle takes place for this last pair.
That's quite far out, Eric. Sri Lanka will want to try and just add more runs to this total of 123. Try and get up to 150. That's 27 runs away. And if this pair is able to do that, Sri Lanka have something to bowl at. But still, it will be a tall task for them to try and get the better of this English batsman. As Renuka Nonis, the final batsman in the Sri Lankan dugout. He makes his way to the middle as he joins Wijayasekara. Right left hand bat is Nick Phillips. Would want will have a slip in to the new batsman. He's bowled brilliantly well, 3 for 20 in 5.4 overs. He's come a bit later on, but he's produced some important wickets for Sri Lanka. Once again, a close one. This is brilliantly bowled by Nick. He's been causing a lot of headaches to these left-handers, and right-handers, you can say. That's the wicket of that previous one. Looks like the decision from the umpire was spot on. There's Sri Lanka. Ends another over, 33 done. Sri Lanka in deep trouble. 1, 2, 3 for 9.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So coming to you live from the Colombo Colts Cricket Club. Of the back foot, but can't beat the fielder at extra cover. So slip is in place with the short third man, the sweeper cover, extra cover, and the long off, that's the offside field.
One has been quite economical as well for England. 4 overs, just conceded the 9 runs. It's not easy for this batsman to break the shackles. Vijay Sekhar has faced 17 deliveries for his 5 runs. Once again, brilliant delivery. Sri Lanka have good spinners in their ranks, the likes of Daminda Vijay Sekhar, who is on strike right now, Pujita Uduvana as well, Suwanji Madanayaka. They all can bowl. They need to bowl at a very respectable total, a defendable one. And as things stand, Sri Lanka are far out from a respectable total.
So off the bat that time, and another single to the total. Appeal as well, but well, certainly off the bat. The umpire also thought so. So 124 for 9, and brings Renuka Nonis to take strike. To Haji. 2 balls left in his 5th over. None for 10 is figures. So he's bowling left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Nonis. Making adjust to the field again. So the man at deep mid-wicket is a deep backward square leg. Short fine leg.
Close one once again. There's brilliant bowling from Tuan Haji. Yet to get off the wickets column. As this ends another 1 run over, as Sri Lanka not getting a move on here after 34. 124 for 9.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App, and ThePapare.com.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
Phillips with 3 scubs would want another one. He's bowling at the final pair for Sri Lanka. So he will have his first say against Renuka Nonis. Nonis on strike now. Phillips gets that slip in for the new batsman Nonis. Left-hander as well. And once again, good bowling. Cut to wicket Phillips. These England bowlers have been really accurate, but they have been guilty of conceding extras, which has helped the cause for Sri Lanka as well. Renuka Nonis gets off the mark.
This is painful batting. Odd single comes once in a way. And Sri Lanka Over-50s 9 wickets down for 126 in the 35th.
Rather than just blocking it, I would like to see Vijay Sekhar just trying for some shots to try and get some runs in. And if not, it's a matter of you miss, I hit right now for Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka heading into the final 10 overs. Would want to take the attack on now. Let's get a quick single to end the 35th over. Sri Lanka slowly and steadily trying to get into a respectable score, which is quite far out. After 35, Sri Lanka 127 for 9.
Mama Gajaman.
So there we are, 127 for 9 after 35, Sri Lanka Over-50s. Pulled away this time down towards deep mid wicket. One more run. Interesting to know when the last time a boundary came in for the Sri Lankans. A long time ago.
Never mind the boundaries. The lack of application has been a feature, considering the superb line and length bowling by the England Over-50s players. In their first game in the tournament at Corona, England Over-50s beat Zimbabwe Over-50s by 7 wickets, and as far as the bowler is concerned, Zulfi Butt 2 for 34 was amongst the wickets. And the wicketkeeper had 2 victims. He has 2 victims today too. Reminds me of baseball.
Right, so the bowler running across, white plastic bag has seemed to have come over the grounds. He's taking it off.
Pollution.
Yes, he puts it in his pocket. Yes, those from England, they don't want to see these things happen.
Second day of the tournament, England were not involved. Second game for England came in the third day of the tournament. That was against USA Over-50s. They won by 9 wickets after the opponents made 196 for 8. Tuan Haji 3 for 34. Kshitij Desai 2 for 32. Luke Jarvis 2 for 43. All amongst the wickets. And Charlie Knightley once again 2 victims behind the stumps. They went on to make a tremendous total, 197 for 1, winning by 9 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Sri Lanka Over-50s 129 for 9 after 36. Technically, they got 9 overs left in the innings. Can this last pair battle it out.
In the last game, UAE Over-50s were comprehensively beaten by England Over-50s by 8 wickets. The opponents were restricted to 112 all out at the DSN Naika College Grounds. Shitty Desai 3 for 3, Zulfi Butt 2 for 10, Martin Gidley 2 for 16 were the main wicket takers. So the spinners have done well.
Yes, England top order seems to be a very strong batting side as well.
Tremendous. Giles Eccleston and Knightley, Charlie Knightley have been amongst the runs. Today, Zulfi Butt and Nick Phillips have 5 wickets between them. As far as the spin is concerned, after the first 4 scalps went to Marcus Sharp. He absolutely decimated the Sri Lanka Over-50s with his opening spell of 7 overs. Well supported by Sean Cooper, who also bowled 7 overs and didn't pick up a wicket, but still put the pressure on the batting.
Yes, Sri Lanka Over-50s won the pressure from the very first ball of the innings. They won the toss. That's the only thing they've done right so far today.
The lack of application was quite evident from the top order batters.
Hence the over 37 completed. Sri Lanka Over-50s 130 for 9.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialog Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD.
So Renukononis on 3 and Wijasekar on 9. Trying to get as many runs as possible this last pair. But still a tall order for the Sri Lankans unless you bowl extremely well, pick up loads of wickets up front. Well, England, they've got a very strong batting side.
What has happened is that they've profited because of less aggressive opposition. The bowlers picked up wickets, but against the batting side of this caliber, they'll be fully tested. And when you don't have runs on the board, it'll put added pressure on the bowling unit. Professional banker Renukononis. So is it number 18 bowling to number 18? Yes. Number 18 the bowler, number 18 the batter. Zulfi Butt to Renukononis. Could they put a 20 partnership for this last wicket? The best has been 37, Shane Fernando having joined by Suanji Madanayaka for the 5th wicket, and then 28, Punikanta Abegunasekara in partnership with Suanji Madanayaka. That's for the 7th wicket.
Just nicely played. Should get a couple at least. They do.
Taminda Wijasekara gets on to double figures. Must give credit for his patience and application. When the more illustrious top order batters deserted the team,
Once again, similar shot down towards that sweeper cover, but this time only a single.
Yeah,
Notice to the second run, but
the ball travelled quickly. The fielder moved smarter. It was more closer to him. Renukononis certainly can bat. He has made runs in domestic masters cricket, sometimes under trying circumstances like this. But this is certainly a much better bowling unit that he's facing. Oh yes, those things can happen. That's why you got to be there. That's why people like Saman Jayantha, Ruvin Piris, Indika Diseram, Upul Chandana, you find that they've not done adequately under the circumstances. 38 completed, 135 for 9. Sri Lanka Over-50s elected to bat. Into his last over, Nick Phillips. He has enjoyed his bowling, not only because of the 3 wickets that he's claimed, but because of the line and length he has maintained. That's well played. It was pitched up to his pads. Renukononis, the right response. Those who are chilling themselves out in the dressing room, in the Sri Lanka Over-50s top order, just take a look at this. This is what we missed out in the middle.
Yes, good positive shot from Nonis.
I was talking about a 20-run last wicket stand. The last wicket fell at 123, so 16 runs between them, Vijay Sekhar and Nonis. Will they bat till 40 overs?
I think the idea here is to bat the full 40-45 overs if we can. That should be the idea.
You must adjust yourself out in the middle. You can have team discussions, you can have preparations, but it can change out in the middle. It's your caliber, it's how you understand the game, it's your experience, certainly it's your application. So the 12th player in the side, Pujitha Udwana, will do only bowling. Good leave, and a very good spell for Nick Phillips. 9 overs, 28 runs, 3 wickets. 39 completed, 139 for 9. Sri Lanka Over-50s.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Well, the last couple of wickets have certainly kept England on the field for longer than they've expected, I think. Kick edge, running down to his third man. They'll pick up a couple here.
Frustrating for the bowler. Zulfi Bhatt has picked up 2 wickets. The last pair in. Find the outside edge and leak 2 runs.
Quicker. Well played.
Good cricket all round. Quicker delivery. See these bowling arm speed. That's very good for a 50-year-old. Again, keeping the batter pegged on the back foot. Setting up a good flight at delivery, I can tell you that. 2 deliveries darted onto the stumps, Eric. Hmm. 3 in a row. England won this wicket very badly. Want to get the dressing room as quickly as possible. Oh, flight at that. Yes, good setup.
Got some extra bounce on that as well.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That should interest Daminda Vijayasekara too. Same type of bowler. After conceding those 2 runs, 5 dot deliveries to end the 40th over of the innings. Sri Lanka Over-50s electing to bat 141 for 9 against England Over-50s at the Colombo Colts Grounds.
මම ගජමෑන්.
Sri Lanka have managed to stay on and try and bat the 45 overs here. 5 overs in. As I say, good afternoon to Rajiva.
Good afternoon, Reshwan. 18 runs been added to the 10th wicket now. And, from 44 deliveries, these 2 batters are contributing in somewhat. So we see Marcus Sharp into the attack. He bowled brilliantly in the opening spell. Bowled 7 overs on the trot with 4 maidens. Picked up 4 wickets for 18 runs. He ran through the openers, Saman Jantra, Ruben Pires, Rory Ingram, and Indika Diseram. Those were the 4 wickets that Sharp picked up earlier. And at one stage, Sri Lanka were 30 for 4. The most prolific run getters for the Sri Lankan Over-50s were dismissed by Marcus Sharp.
Indeed, he absolutely ran through that top order. And, skipper has given him back the ball to wrap things up.
He deserves a fifer here. And, starting and opening the bowling for the England Over-50s, picking up those 4 wickets initially with the new ball. See, that's pitch outside the off stump. Tempting Renugonones to go after it. So far, England bowlers have done a tremendous job. Sharp with the new ball. And Zulfi Bhatt. That's straight past the bowler for another single. Good fielding there.
Indeed, Sharp. He's been pick of the bowlers for England. Absolutely dismantled his batting lineup. Later on, Nick Phillips came into the party. Got 3 important wickets as well.
Both these two batters are on to double figures. 142 for 9. Like to see the scoreboard. Mention those runs of the two batters. They are up 10 runs each now. Inside edge there. Still sharp. Bringing that ball in and out. Getting this last bit of trouble here. So apart from Sharp picking up 4 wickets, Zulfi Bhatt picked up 2. He has bowled 7 overs for 23 runs for his 2 wickets, and Nick Phillips bowling his allocated quota of 9 overs, picked up 3 wickets for 28 runs. Even in this, it's 45 minutes past 12. Still Sharp is getting a bit of a hint of a swing. We are in the 41st over. I mean, back in the days, probably he would have got plenty of swing off his bowling. This is Marcus Sharp. So that's the end of the 41st over. Sri Lanka 142 for 9. Sri Lanka 142 for 9. The two batters having a bit of a drinks break here after 41 overs. They've batted for almost 9 overs now. This last pair.
Indeed, showing some fight, Renukodonis and Daminda Wijasekara.
So earlier, my co-commentator ThePapare mentioned Sri Lanka getting 291 runs, the highest team score so far. And probably New Zealand will break that record. They have 270 for 7 against Namibia with 5 overs in their allocated 45 overs, with Mason Robinson continuing his form from the other day. He got 80 odd here at Coles against the Zimbabwe Over-50s. He has got 85 runs with 13 boundaries and 65 deliveries. So probably would have gone all around the park there.
Indeed, 15 runs away from a century as well. Is Sri Lanka trying to get that 150 mark, which is a respectable total, but it will be quite comfortable for England as well. But if Sri Lanka manage to get some early breakthroughs, they'll be able to put some pressure on this English batsman.
Yeah, at least 150 beyond will be an ideal score considering this track. Now we see a little bit of purchase of the track getting some spin. They will have to fight hard here to defend this score. Let's cut away straight to short third there.
Not being able to get a single. Sri Lanka would want that scoreboard ticket. They'll need a couple of boundaries if possible. The boundaries have dried up. Left alone Zulfi. He's been brilliant as well with his left arm orthodox.
He bowled a brilliant delivery to dismiss Upul Chandana. Tossed up delivery, inviting him to drive and getting the ball. The ball got some spin there, getting it out, stumped. And the finishing touches were done neatly there by Charlie Knightley behind the stumps. He's done a good job for the England Over-50s.
Sri Lanka just going through the phases. They need some runs in. Renukodonis taking the aerial route. but meets the field as they cross over for a single.
Yeah, on a dry day, dry wicket, and the boundaries also are dried up now. Sri Lanka haven't been any boundaries properly in this partnership. They have had 22 runs now. So dot ball to end the 42nd over. Sri Lanka 145 for 9.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
So these two batters have come past the double figures mark, but we don't see that in the scoreboard. Probably needs that. Yeah, both batters probably needs that appreciation because they have gone past that double figure mark. And
indeed, which hasn't been easy for the batsmen as well to get through double figures.
We are being the tail end, and they have added 22 runs.
Let's get a brilliant delivery, but well negotiated by Renuka Nonis to cross over for a single.
Sharp coming in to bowl his last over. There you go. These two batters both have scored 15 and 13 and surpassed the double figure mark, but we haven't seen the scoreboard putting individual scores there. Should be at least 10 by 10. That's what we were told. Oh, taken an edge there again. You see this seam up deliveries, still we get those edges flying past the slips. Even at the 43rd over, there's a brilliant spell by Marcus Sharp, pulling his last over. He's given away just 21 runs so far, and picked up the top 4 wickets in the Sri Lankan batting lineup.
Slight appeal from wicketkeeper Charlie Knightley, but umpire Suresh from Canada says otherwise. Safely in is Renuka Nonis. Current partnership, you see 24 runs, and much should appreciate that 61 balls as well. Spend time in the middle, and I think
Yes.
that is it.
Yeah, that's it. And good run out there. You say never run for a misfield. And good stop. But the ball didn't go past beyond the fielders. They had extra cover. So Sri Lanka all out for 147 here. There you go. Good stop. The ball didn't have much of and yeah, that's clean out there. Good return throw. So England bowling out Sri Lanka for 147 here in the 43rd over. So Renuka Nonis departs for 13. That was Royston.
Small error. I think it was Daminder Vijayasekara who was run out. As that error will be fixed. Sri Lanka.
Yeah, hats off for the England bowlers here. They have bowled brilliantly from the start and got these there were not much of any room or chance for any batter to go after the England bowlers here. Sharp picking up 4 wickets. And Nick Phillips picking up 3 and Zulfi Butt. And that's the scorecard here. Rory Ingram was out for 6. Saman Jantha for 13. Ruin Pires for a duck. And Indika Diseram for 1. So those were the top 4 batters in the Sri Lankan lineup. Got out cheaply. And Shane Fernando 16. And Suwanji Madanayaka was the highest scorer for Sri Lanka apart from the extras. And Upul Chandana getting out stumped for 9. Punyakanta Gunasekara 15. And the Vijay Sekara 16. Samida Rajapaksa 3. And Renuka Nonis for 13. So Sri Lanka all in all 147 all out after winning the toss and electing to bat first. And with 33 extras be the highest scorer for the day for Sri Lanka, Reshwan.
Indeed, and the pick of the ball is for England. Sharp 4 for 21 in 8.5 overs. Couldn't get his 5, but nevertheless he bowled brilliantly with 4 maidens as well in 8.5 overs. And he was supported well up front by Sean Cooper, who didn't get wickets, but in his 7 overs, none for 17. Quite economical.
Yes, we can't forget Sean. He kept it so tight and gave that support role for Sharp. And they had a good partnership in the first 10 overs. And Sharp not picking up any wickets, but with the spin, Zulfi Butt picking up 2 wickets for 26 runs, and Nick Phillips picking up 3 wickets for 28. So there were not much partnerships apart from that. The 5th wicket stand, 37 runs between Shane Fernando and Suwanji Madanayaka, and the next partnership was highest for 28 runs between Punyakanta Gunasekara and Suwanji Madanayaka, and after they both departed, 24 runs being added to the last wicket by Renuka Nonis and Damita Vijayasekara, but yet not enough. I would prefer Reshwan. You would have had better ideas to build up a score for Sri Lanka Over-50s. So these were the highlights. Few boundaries for Saman Jayantha. Sharp getting out that first wicket. There you go. Those are the boundaries. And he gave away 3 boundaries in his second over, I suppose, yes. And after that came back sharply. Marcus Sharp picking up 4 wickets. And there you go. That is Ruin Pires trying to flick that delivery, taking that top edge. Getting out cheaply. That's Rory Ingram.
That was a big wicket.
Yeah, Rory Ingram. This was a price delivery that kept straight on Indika Diseram. Crashing the stumps.
Then skipper Shane Fernando tried to steady the ship together with Madanayaka, but as the spin came on, Shane Fernando as well played his shots, got some runs, and then he was caught in the mid-on region. Sri Lanka just couldn't get a move on. The innings never got going.
Yeah, Upul Chandana came in number 7. Sri Lanka Over-50s got 2 boundaries. Lovely 2 cover drives, one straight and one on the offside. And getting out cheaply. There you go. He tried to push it, and the ball got some spin off it. Zulfi Butt. All in all, England have held on to their catches and bowled on brilliant lines, with the spinners contributing well after Sharp picking up those 4 prize wickets. That was Punyakanta Gunasekara. That was the best ball for Sharp, I would say. I mean, Nick Phillips kept straight. There you go. Kept it really tight. Here and there, Sri Lanka got a few boundaries, but not enough for the cause after electing to bat first. And that was the last wicket, the run out of Damita Vijayasekara there. There was no run there at all because the ball even had a good stop there. The ball was right next to Royston there. So Sri Lanka 147 all out here at Colts Cricket Club Grounds. So England needs 148 to win in the allocated 45 overs. So we'll be back with live coverage from Sri Lanka's #1 sports coverage, Papare, in about half an hour's time.
Welcome to Post-innings Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's premier destination for cricket enthusiasts and sports tourism. So, Post-innings Leisure Private Limited is actually the only leisure company in Sri Lanka with its own cricket ground. We're here at the ground right now, and it's the second largest cricket ground across Sri Lanka in playing area. This is tailor-made to conduct tours across Sri Lanka, and we are here today to witness about the specialties it has to offer. It's only natural for you to ask, what's so special about this ground? Well, let me list out a few reasons as to why it's special to cricket, right? So this is situated in a 30-acre land, meaning you have plenty of space to walk about, have a look, and relax yourself. Second of all, this land is situated by so much of vegetation that the amount of wind that comes into this land is quite limited. So as you see, whenever we watch a cricket match, we've seen plenty of occasions where certain calls on cricket are interfered because of the wind. Now that issue will be limited in this ground due to the vegetation that surrounds this place, which is beneficial for anybody who comes to play cricket. Third of all, the lighting is just perfect, right? So it's well lit throughout the day, and the amount of sunlight that you get into this land is much more compared to any other cricket ground around, again because of the location it's situated in. And another specialty about this cricket ground is its grass, right? So usually whenever you go to any other cricket ground, the grass is quite smaller compared to the grass that you would be seeing in this special cricket ground when you come here. It's because we have actually taken a grass that is quite special to Sri Lanka. Why? Because it's easy to maintain, we know how it works, we can make sure that it's well watered, well cut. All of this is easily maintained because of the fact that this grass is special to Sri Lanka. So these are just a few specialties as to why this cricket ground is special for you. Alright, so let's talk about the pitch a little, right? So I'm here right now, and from the pitch to the ground, we have about 80 meters of a radius, right? And something special about the pitch is that it's elevated, meaning that anybody from anywhere on the ground can see the pitch properly because of its elevation. So even if you stay in that corner of the ground, the pitch very clearly because of the elevation that it has. Alright, so we have utilized certain methods to ensure that our ground is free of weeds, right? So our first method is recycling water. We have a natural source of water in our land, and we have taken the water from that into a handmade pond covered by polythene, and water from that is taken to our ground through sprinklers, and that is how we water our ground. And that water is later on taken back into our drain, which I'm standing over, and this leads straight up to the natural water supply that we have in this land. Alright. Apart from that, we've also utilized certain methods to ensure that no water from outside is brought to our land, our cricket ground basically. So these methods are basically what we use to ensure that there's no weeds in this grass and that our grass is the same that we have maintained throughout from the start. Alrighty, so another specialty about this ground and how we're connected with nature, right? A fun fact. So if you hit a century in this ground, one of these surrounding trees will be named after you. So if you can see, this entire ground is surrounded by vegetation and plenty of trees. So whoever hits a century in this ground will get one of those trees named after them. So this is actually something quite unique. It's not done everywhere, and it's actually a nice opportunity for you to get a tree named after you. So this is something special that's happening here at the ground, and so far only 8 cricketers have actually hit a century and gotten a tree named after them. So if you want to come here and hit a century and get a tree named after you, this is the place for you. Alright, so you must be wondering what PUSA stands for. PUSA stands for Pujita Udavana Sports Academy. Pooja Urban is actually the single owner of this cricket ground, and we actually have some exciting news. We will be providing this ground and facilities to the IMC Over-50 cricket tournament, right? So 9 of their matches will be taking place in this ground starting Feb 9, and people from over 14 countries will be participating in this cricket tournament. So if you want to check out this ground and you would like to see a tournament, make sure you come and visit the Pooja Cricket Ground. Alright, I know this looks digital, but it's not, alright? We operate this scoreboard manually. How? We've used door hinges and we've painted one side and we have not painted the other side. So using this method, we are able to make the numbers appear on the scoreboard. Usually it takes about 4 people to operate a scoreboard, but using this method, we just need one person to do all of the work. So it's a different way, it's environmentally friendly, and you can witness this when you basically visit the Pooja Cricket Ground. Alright, so you must be wondering where the side wickets are. It's going to be built right over here. It's still under construction, but we are expecting 12 strips to be made very, very soon. Alright, so now we're about to walk into where our hotel is going to be built. So we've chosen this specific location because it is right in between the golf course and the cricket ground. So in this hotel, we'll be having 2 wings, which is the cricket wing and the golf course wing. So depending on what sport you like the most, you can choose your stay. Alright, so another exciting part of our 30-acre land is this golf course. So the golf course isn't built yet, but I'm currently walking into the land that's dedicated for it. So on this road that we see over here, there will be an array of houses that will be built with a backyard facing this very golf course. So if you're interested in becoming an owner of these properties, make sure you invest right away so that you can have a house with a backyard facing this amazing golf course. So people that actually walk on the streets will not have a clear view of the golf course except for the owners that actually reside in these houses. It will be exclusive just to y'all, so make sure you come and invest today. Alright, so this is where the golf course is going to be built, and behind me is one of the waterfronts that is available in this golf course, right? So obviously we know when we play golf that oftentimes we need obstacles to play the game right, and this is actually a natural obstacle that is available within this golf course, and we'll be making plenty more for y'all to have a peace of mind and also play the game really well. And also, another fun fact, which I've already mentioned before, is that all of this will be faced in your backyard. So whatever house that you purchase in this land, your backyard will be facing this entire golf course, these waterfronts, and all of this will be available to you. So if you're interested, make sure you come and visit this golf course and figure out if you want to be an owner of this amazing condo. Alright, so today we've spoken about how we can leisurely spend our time at Pooja Leisure Private Limited. But now we're about to talk about some investment opportunities, right? So we have about 49% shares worth of about $30 million available for y'all to invest. So we have some individual houses going on, and from that you will be able to get the ROI in less than 5 years. So do not miss out on the opportunity for y'all to invest in some amazing properties like this. Alright, so this is Pooja Leisure Private Limited. Over here we have our very own cricket ground, we have our golf course, we have condos, we have a hotel, we have so much to offer to y'all over here. So make sure you come and visit Pooja Leisure Private Limited and grab an opportunity to invest, have some leisure time, and all that you need over here. Do not forget to come visit us.
අපේ කාලේ සමහරලාට සිලෙක්ටර් කෙනෙක් මැච් එකක් බලන්න එන්නේ පත්තරේ බලලා තමයි මෙයා ලකුණු 100ක් ගහලා තියෙනවා කියලා සිලෙක්ට් කරන්නේ. ලකුණු 1000කුයි විකට් 100කුයි ලබා ගත්තා. පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ ක්‍රීඩාවක් කරද්දී හැමෝටම තමන්ගේ රට නියෝජනය කරන්න වෙන්නේ. අනිත් එක ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා නම් මේ හැම දෙයකටම මුහුණ පාන්න සිදු වෙනවා. අපිට හිටියේ කෝච්ලා. අපිව වෙනස් කරන්න හැදුවේ නැහැ. මුරලිට බෝල් කරන්න හම්බුනේත් නැහැ. පියලුයි රුවනුයි බෝල් කරද්දී. මැච් එකේ ෆස්ට් ඩේ එකේ පළවෙනි පන්දු යවන්නේ ස්පිනර් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් කොහොමද ෆාස්ට් බෝලර්ස්ලා එන්කරේජ් කරන්නේ? අවුරුද්දකට සැරයක් වර්ල්ඩ් ක්ලාස් ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක්ව බිහි කරනවා, එක්කෙනෙක් දෙන්නේ බිහි කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මතයෙන් තමයි අපි මේ හොඳ ක්‍රිකට් එක මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව තියාගෙන ගිහින්. දැන්ටම බේස්බෝල් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් ඒගොල්ලන් ක්‍රිකට් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් වලට හරවනවා. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙන. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙනකොට ගොඩාක් සල්ලි දාන්න ඕනේ. සූරා සල්ලි දානකොට ගොඩක් හොඳ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා එනවා. 11 දෙනාම ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ඒ ටුවර් එක යන කට්ටිය 12 වෙනි ක්‍රීඩකයාත් ඒ ටුවර් එක යන එකනේ. මම අවුරුදු 10 11ක් සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඒකෙන් ලැබුණ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක මම දැන් දුක හිතෙනවා මම අවුරුදු 20 වගේ ගියේ නෑ කියලා. නමුත් අපි ඇවිල්ලා බැට් කරන්නේ චමින්ද වාස්ට දුලිප් ලියනගේට එරිකු ප්‍රශාන්තට. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුට පහර දුන්නාම මේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වලත් අපි යූස් මේ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුවට පහර දීලා පොන්ටිං ලද වෝන් ලද ලාරලද හැම කෙනෙක්ම එක්ක මං ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. වසීම් අක්‍රම්ලා වකා යුනුස්ලා ඒ හැම ඔයා වුණත් පටන් ගත්තේ ඇයි ගැහුවේ නැත්තේ කියලා. ඉතින් ওই ප්‍රශ්නෙට මම උත්තර දීලා ඇති මිලියන ගාණක්.
ආයිබෝවන් නොදුටු මිනිසා. ඔහු ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හිටපු අති දක්ෂ පිතිකරුවෙක්, පුහුණුකරුවෙක්, ඒ වගේම මේ වෙනකොට එක්සත් ජනපදයේ ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ තේරීම් කමිටු සමාජිකයෙක්. අද නොදුටු මිනිසා සජිත් ප්‍රනාන්දු. ආයිබෝවන් සජිත්.
ආයිබෝවන්.
මේ වෙනකොට අහන්න තියෙන අලුත්ම දේ තමයි ඔබ එක්සත් ජනපදයේ තමයි ජීවත් වෙන්නේ. එහේ තේරීම් කමිටු සමාජිකයෙක්. මොනවාද ඇමරිකාවේ සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ ක්‍රිකට් සම්බන්ධව මේ දවස්වල?
ඔව් ලොකු දේවල් වෙනවා. මොකද මං දැන් අවුරුදු 4ක් ඇමරිකාවේ මේ මං ගියාට වඩා ගොඩාක් දේවල් කරනවා ක්‍රිකට් වලට. එකක් තමයි මයිනර් ලීග් කියලා තරඟාවලියක් T20 තරඟාවලියක් පවත්වනවා මේ දෙවනි වරට මේ සැරේ පවත්වලා දැන් මේ ඊයේ පෙරේද තමයි නිමා වුණේ. ඒ වගේම ඔවුන්ගේ ලොකුම ප්ලෑන් එක තමයි 2028 ලොස් ඇන්ජලිස් වල පවත්වන ඔලිම්පික් ක්‍රීඩාවට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඇතුළත් කරගන්න. ඉතින් ඒකට උන් ලොකු වෑයමක් දරනවා. මොකද ඒක කරොත් මුළු ඇමරිකාවෙම ක්‍රිකට් කියන දේ මොකද්ද කියලා දැනගෙන ඒ ඇමරිකාවේ වෙසෙන ඇමරිකාවේ ඉපදෙන ළමයින්ට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව අඳුනලා දෙන්න තමයි. මොකද දැන් උනත් තාම උනත් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ ඉන්දියානුවන්, පාකිස්තානුවන්, වෙස්ට් ඉන්ඩියන් වලින් ආපු, ඇෆ්ගනිස්තාන් වලින් ආපු අපි ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයන් තමයි මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ, ප්‍රමෝට් කරන්නේ. නමුත් ඔවුන්ගේ ලොකුම අරමුණ වෙන්නේ ඇමරිකාවේ ඉපදෙන මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව අඳුනලා දෙන්න.
ඔව් ඒක ඊටාම අලංකාර පුවතක් වෙයි. මේ කතාබහත් රසවත් වෙයි. ඉතින් ඔබට තේරෙනවා ඇති එක්සත් ජනපදය ගැන අපිට ගොඩාක් දේවල් අහගන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රිකට් සම්බන්ධයෙන්. නමුත් ඊට කලින් මට හිතෙනවා ඔබ කතා කරපු දේවල් වලට පරිබාහිරව ඔබේ මුලට යන්න ආයෙත්. මොකද ඔබ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හිටපු දේශීය මට්ටමේ අති දක්ෂ ආරම්භක පිතිකරුවෙක්, ඒ වගේම දක්ෂ පන්දු රකින්නෙක් ස්ලිප් ස්ථානේ, ඒ වගේම හොඳ පන්දු යවන්නෙක්. ඉතින් මේ දේවල් කතා නොකර අපිට එතෙන් එන්න බෑ. ඉතින් ලකුණු 10000ක් ගහලා ඔබට ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කිරීමේ වරම ලැබුණේ නැහැ. ඔබට හිතෙන්නේ ඇයි?
ඔය ඉතින් මෙහෙමයි, ක්‍රීඩාවක් කරද්දී හැමෝටම තමන්ගේ රට නියෝජනය කරන්න වෙන්නේ. අනිත් එක ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා නම් මේ හැම දෙයකටම මුහුණ පාන්න සිදු වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ අවාසනාවන්ත සිදුවීමුත් වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ තමන් කොච්චර හොඳ කරත් සමහරවිට සිලෙක්ට් වෙන්නේ නැති අවස්ථා තියෙනවා. අපි ඒක කියනවා මේ ඒෂියන් කන්ට්‍රීස් වල ඒක ගොඩක් වෙනවා කියලා. නමුත් ඒක දැන් ටිකක් අඩු වෙගෙන දැන් මං හිතන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ව මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඕනේ දැන් කණ්ඩායම් වලට. මොකද ඒතරම් අනිත් එක අපි දන්නවා ලංකාවේ ක්‍රිකට් එක තරම් හොඳට තිබ්බේ නැහැ අවුරුදු දෙක තුනක් පෙර. ඉතින් පොඩ්ඩක් හරි ඔබ මේ දේශීය තරඟාවලි වල මේ හොඳට කරොත් ඒගොල්ලන්ට කැපී පෙනෙනවා. අනිත් ඒ දැන් මාධ්‍යයෙන් උනත් සෝෂල් මීඩියා වලින් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක දානවා. ඉතින් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක දානවා විතරයි නෙවෙයි දැනගන්නවා මේ වගේ ප්ලේයර්ස් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවද කියලා. අපේ කාලේ සමහරවිට සිලෙක්ට් කෙනෙක් මැච් එකක් බලන්න එන්නේ නැහැ. පත්තරේ බලලා තමයි මෙයා ලකුණු 100ක් ගහලා තියෙනවා කියලා සිලෙක්ට් කරන්නේ. ඒ කොයි වෙලාවේ මේ ගැහුවද සිටුේෂන් එක මොකද්ද අගේන්ස් කවුද ගැහුවේ ඒවා බලන්නේ නැහැ සමහරවිට. ඒ වගේ තත්ත්වකුත් තිබ්බා. නමුත් දැන් එහෙම නැහැ. දැන් මේක ගොඩක් සෝෂල් මීඩියා වලින් පත්තර වලින් දානවා. ඒ වගේම මේ දැන් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් වල ඉන්නවා එක මේ ප්‍රොවින්ෂියල් කෝචස්ලා ඩිස්ට්‍රික්ට් කෝචස්ලා ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මාර්ගයෙන් නිවුස් එක එනවා මේ සිස්ටම් එකට මේ වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් මේ වගේ පළපුරුදු ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉස්සරහට මොනවා හරි කරන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉන්නවා කියලා නිවුස් එක යනවා. ඉතින් ඒ මාර්ගයෙන් මේ ළමයින්ට හම්බ වෙනවා chance එක.
ඔව් ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු කාලේ ගැන ඔබ කිව්ව ඇත්ත. ඒ කාලේ තිබුණේ නැහැ වීඩියෝ දර්ශන බලන්න අවස්ථාවක් නැහැ. මාධ්‍ය වලිනුත් අවස්ථාවක් නැහැ. ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්ට දැනගන්න මොන ක්‍රීඩකයාද ඔහු මොන ආකාරයෙන්ද සෙල්ලම් කරන්නේ කියලා. නමුත් ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු කාලේ තමයි ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ජාත්‍යන්තරේ ටිකක් නැගලා එන කාලේ. 90 දශකයේ මුල් කාලේ වගේ. ඉතින් ඒ කාලේ ඔබත් එක්ක එකට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න නැති මේ ප්‍රබල අපි දන්න ක්‍රීඩකයෝ හැමෝම ඒ වගේම ඔබේ පාසලේ ශාන්ත අන්තෝනි විද්‍යාලයේ මහනුවර මුත්තයා මුරලිදරන් රුවන් කල්පගේ බිහි කරපු පාසල. ඉතින් ඒ ගැන කතා කරමු. පියල් විජේතුංග වගේ දඟපන් දෙවන්න. ඉතින් මේ කාලේ ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් කතා කරොත් ඔබ සමීපතමයන් සමකාලීන ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගැන.
ඔව් අර කිව්වා වගේ මේ අපේ ස්කූල් මං හිතන්නේ මන් දන්නේ දැන් කොහොමද කියලා. කාලයක් තිබ්බ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ස්කූල්ස් ක්‍රිකට් තමයි මුළු ලෝකෙම හොඳම මේ ස්කූල් ක්‍රිකට් එක තිබ්බේ. මන් දන්නේ දැන් කොහොමද කියලා. නමුත් ඉතින් ඒ කාලේ මැච් එකක් බලන්න ඉන්නවා 17000. අපි නිකන් මේ මැච් එක බලන්න ඉන්නවා 17000 මිනිස්සු ඉන්නවා බලන්න. එච්චරටම උණුසුම් එච්චරටම හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන් සිටියා. ඉතින් හරි කම්පිටිටිව්නස් එකක් තිබ්බා. ඒ වගේම තමයි අපිට හිටියේ කෝච්ලා. අපිව වෙනස් කරන්න හැදුවේ නැහැ. අපිට ගොඩක් වෙනස් කරන්න හැදුවේ නැහැ. අපේ ක්‍රීඩා ශෛලිය එන්කරේජ් කරා. සමහරලාට උදේට එනවා කෝච් ටීම් එක කියනවා පොඩ්ඩක් වෝම් අප් කරනවා. ඊට පස්සේ කෝච් යනවා වැඩට. ඒ වැඩට යන්න ඕනේ අපි මැච් එකක් ගහන වෙලාවේ. ඊට පස්සේ ලන්ච් එකට තමයි පොඩ්ඩක් ඇවිල්ලා යන්නේ. එහෙම අවස්ථාවක් තිබ්බා. මොකද ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් කෝචස්ලා හිටියේ නැහැ අපිට. ඉතින් අපේ මං හැම වෙලේම කියන්නේ අපේ මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් එක මෙච්චර හරි ආවේ පියෝර් ටැලන්ට් හින්දා. නැතුව මේ සිස්ටම් එකකින් උදව් කරලා නෙවෙයි. පියෝර් ටැලන්ට් හින්දා අපි අවුරුද්දකට සැරයක් වර්ල්ඩ් ක්ලාස් ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක්ව බිහි කරනවා. එක්කෙනෙක් දෙන්නේ බිහි කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මත්තෙන් තමයි අපි මේ හොඳ ක්‍රිකට් එක මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව තියාගෙන ගිහින්. ඉතින් අපේ කාලේ ඉස්කෝලේ අර කිව්වා වගේ දැන් මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ මට මතකයි මම අන්ඩර් 15 මේම හොඳට කරලා මට මතකයි රුවන් කල්පගේ අර ඉස්සර මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා A කියලා නෙමෙයි කියන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා B කියලා. ඔහු පාසල් ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී ඔහු පාකිස්තාන් ගියා ශ්‍රී ලංකා B කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක. ඒ හින්දා මට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා ෆස්ට් 11 එකේ මැච් එකක් ගහන්න. ඉතින් මම හොඳට කරපු හින්දා මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා. නැත්තම් එච්චර කලින් මට හම්බ වෙන්නෙත් නෑ සෙල්ලම් කරන්න ෆස්ට් 11. මොකද එච්චරට හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන් හිටියා. මම දන්නවා මුරලි මේ මුරලිට බෝල් කරන්න හම්බුනේත් නෑ. පියලුයි රුවනුයි බෝල් කරද්දී. ඉස්සර මුරලි ඇත්තටම හොඳ අන්ඩර් 17 එකේම හොඳ බැට්ස්මන් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් මේ එච්චරට කම්පිටිටිව්. ඊට පස්සේ මුරලි ඉන්නකොට මට බෝලින් නෑ. මුරලි ගියාට පස්සේ තමයි මට බෝලින් හම්බුනේ. මම විකට් 100ක් ලබා ගත්තා. ලකුණු 1000කුයි විකට් 100කුයි ලබා ගත්තා. පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ මේ ඉතින් ඒ වගේ. ඉතින් ඊටාම හොඳ කම්පිටිටිව්නස් එකක් තිබ්බා. පාසල් ක්‍රීඩකේ. ඉතින් අපි එළියට එද්දි අපි ආවේ අපිව ක්ලබ් වලින් බලන් ඉන්නව ගන්න. අපිට මට ගොඩාක් ක්ලබ් වලින් එන්න කිව්වා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ මම 92 ඕල් අයිලන්ඩ් ස්කූල් බෝයි ක්‍රිකට් වුණා. අන්ඩර් 19 ටුවර් එකක් ගියා එහෙම. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම අපි එනකොට අපි ආවේ නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා 4-5 දෙනෙක් ගහපු ටීම් වලට. අනිත් ඒගොල්ලන් එක්ක අපිත් එක්ක ගොඩක් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනවා. අපිත් එක්ක හැම දැන් ඒ කාලේ ඉච්චර මැච් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. මේ වගේ ටුවර්ස් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලන්ට ලැබුණා අපිත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. අපි ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේත් අනිත් ටීම් එකෙත් ඉන්නවා නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා 5-6ක්. ඉතින් අර මට්ටම ඉතාම ඉහළ තත්ත්වයක තිබ්බේ. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි ඒ කාලේ ගහන ක්‍රීඩකයෝ වුණත් ජාතික තලයේ මේ ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ක්‍රිකට් එකට ගිය ගමන් එතරම් පරතරයක් තිබ්බේ. පරතරයක් තිබ්බා. නමුත් එතරම් පරතරයක් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. දැන් පරතරේ බලන්න දැන් මැච් එකක් ගිහිල්ලා ගහන්න බලද්දි එක්කනයි දෙන්න ඉන්නේ ඒකත් ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් ටිකක් ගහපු. අනිත් කට්ටිය ඔක්කොම ඉන්නේ පොඩි ළමයි. ඉතින් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් නැහැ. ඉතින් මේ quality of first class cricket හරිම low level එකකිනේ. මම මේ ඊපෙරේද මැච් එකක් බලන්න ගියා. පළවෙනි පන්දුව යවන්නේ මැච් එකේ ෆස්ට් ඩේ එකේ පළවෙනි පන්දුව යවන්නේ ස්පිනර් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් කොහොමද ෆාස්ට් බෝලර්ස්ලා එන්කරේජ් කරන්නේ? ඒ ටීම් එකට වැරදි කියන්නත් බෑ. ඒ බෝලර්ට වැරදි කියන්නත් බෑ. මට බෝල දුන්නොත් මම බෝල් කරනවා. ඒ වගේම තමයි අපි යන්නේ චැම්පියන්ෂිප් එකක් දිනන්න. බෝනසස් තියෙනවා. තමන් හොඳට කරන්න ඕනේ ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ තව හොඳ කොන්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකක් ගන්න. ඉතින් මේ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලාට වැරදි කියන්න බෑ. මේ සිස්ටම් එක හදන කට්ටියටයි සිස්ටම් එක මේ ගැන ප්ලෑන් කරන කට්ටියයි තමයි මේ වැරද්ද බාර ගන්න ඕනේ.
ඔව් ඊටම වැදගත්. ඉතින් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජය ගැන කතා කරපු නිසා මට හිතෙනවා නැවතත් හරවුස්සන්න ඒ කාලේ ක්‍රීඩා සමාජ ක්‍රිකට් මොන වගේ තත්ත්වයක තිබුණ කියලා. ඒ කාලේ අපිට ඔබ කිව්වත් වගේ ජාතික ක්‍රීඩකයන් රැසක් ලීගේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා ලීගය ඇතුළේ. එතකොට නවක පිතිකරුවන්ට උන්ට පන්දුවට පහර දෙන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම නවක පන්දු යවන්නන්ට හොඳ පිතිකරුවන්ට පන්දු යවන්න ලැබෙනවා. එතකොට ඔබට මතක හිටින ඒ කාලේ තිබුණ හොඳම තරඟ ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු හොඳම මට්ටමේ තරඟ මොනවද? ඔබ ඊටාම මහන්සියෙන් දිනාගත්තු ඉනිම් ඒ වගේම ඔබට ලොකු අභියෝගයක් ලැබුණු තරඟ සහ ක්‍රීඩකයන් කවුද?
ඔව් අපි මං හිතන්නේ ෆයිනල් එකක් ගැහුවා ඩේ නයිට් මේ SSC කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක. ඊළඟ දවසේ දකෝද ඊළඟ දවසේ දකෝද ඒගොල්ලන් ඕස්ට්‍රේලියා ටුවර් එකක් යනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ 12 දෙනෙක් 11 දෙනාම ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඒ ටුවර් එක යන කට්ටිය 12 වෙනි ක්‍රීඩකයාත් ඒ ටුවර් එක යන එකනේ. හරිද? ඉතින් අපි ඒගොල්ලන්ව බීට් කරලා මේ අපි දින්න. මම ඒකේ man of the final වුණා, man of the series වුණා. තව මම කැප්ටන් කරලා අපි NCC කණ්ඩායම පැරද්දුවා. ඒකේ ටෙස්ට් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා හිටියා දෙපැත්තෙම, ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා හිටියා දෙපැත්තෙම. මේ ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ගොඩාක් මට මතකයට එනවා ගොඩාක් තරඟ මේ දෙපැත්තෙම හිටිය හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ. ඉතින් ඒකයි අපි මං හිතන්නේ අපේ මට්ටමත් ඉහළ ගියේ. අපි ක්‍රීඩා කරෙත් අගේන්ස් ක්‍රීඩා කරෙත් හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ව අපි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරද්දිත් මේ ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් බෝලර්ස්ලා අපිට ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනවා. දැන් කියන්නේ රෙස් කරන්න. ඉතින් සාධාරණයි. මොකද ඒගොල්ලන් ගොඩාක් ක්‍රිකට් ගහන ඉඳලා. ඉතින් ඒකෙන් පොඩි මදිකමක් වෙනවා මේ අනිත් යෝන් ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට. නමුත් අපි ඇවිල්ලා බැට් කරන්නේ චමින්ද වාස්ට, දුලිප් ලියනගේට, එරික් උපශාන්තට. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුට පහර දුන්නාම මේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වලත් මැච් වලට ගිහලා අපිට පොඩි හරි අපි යූස් මේ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුවට පහර දීලා. දැන් ඉතින් වෙන්නේ දැන් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්නෙත් හරි මේ ලෝ ලෙවල් එකේ. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන් පන්දුවට පහර දෙන්නේ එච්චරම හොඳ පන්දු යවන කට්ටියට නෙවෙයි. ඉතින් අර මැච් එකට ගියාම එකපාරට හොඳ පන්දු යවන්න හම්බුනාම සමහරවිට ඒ වගේම තමයි සමහරවිට බෝල් කරන කට්ටියත් පන්දුවට පහර දෙන කට්ටිය තරම් යෝන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ. මං කියන්නේ හොඳ නෑ කියලා. යෝන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ඉතින් හරි ලේසි. ඉතින් මැච් එකට ගිහලා හොඳ විකට් එක හොඳ පිතිකරුවෙක්ට පන්දු යවද්දි සමහරවිට ඒගොල්ලන් මේවා කරනවා. ඉතින් ඒකයි ගැප් එක ගොඩාක් තියෙන්නේ දැන්. ඉස්සරට වඩා ඉස්සරත් පොඩි ගැප් එකක් තිබ්බ මං කිව්වා වගේ. දැන් ලොකු ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා අපේ මේ ඩොමස්ටික් එකයි අර අපි ගහන LPL ඒ වගේ තරඟවල ලොකු ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒකයි ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ලෙවල් එකේ තව ලොකු ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒකයි මේ ගැප්ස් වහන්න තමයි මම දන්න දවසේ ඉඳලා මේ සිස්ටම් එක හදන්න එන කට්ටිය කියනවා. අපි දැන් මාරු කරගෙන යන අවුරුද්දේ මෙහෙම කරනවා ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ අපි මේ විදියට හද. නමුත් තාම දැන් ඊයේ පෙරේදත් මම ඒ වගේ කට්ටිය දෙන්න තුන් දෙනෙක් හම්බුනාම කියන්නේ ඒකම තමයි මේ අවුරුද්ද අපි මෙන්න 4ක් අඩු කරනවා එන අවුරුද්දේ 4ක් අඩු කරනවා එහෙම කියලා. ඉතින් හැමදාම ඔය ඒ උත්තරේමයි දෙන්නේ. නමුත් කවදාවත් ඒ සිස්ටම් එක අන්තිම මම දකින්නේ නැහැ.
ඔව් හිතන දේවල් ගොඩක් තියෙනවා මේ කතා බහ ඇතුලේ. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම ඔබ සඳහන් කළා මේ තිබුණු පරතරයන් ගැන. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ දේශීය ක්‍රිකට් ඊට පස්සේ ලීග් ක්‍රිකට් සහ ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් අතර ලොකු පරතරයක් ගොඩනැගිලා තියෙනවා. ඔබ ඒ කාලේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන අවස්ථාව සපයගත්තා ප්‍රාන්ත ක්‍රිකට්, කවුන්ටි ක්‍රිකට්ත් ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කළා එංගලන්තයේ සෑහෙන කාලයක්. ඉතින් ඒ ක්‍රිකට් වලින් ලබාගත් දේවල් සහ මේ වෙනකොට ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ඒවට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙනවද? එතකොට එතනදී අපට කොතනින්ද ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට මේක සම්බන්ධ කරගන්න පුළුවන් අපේ දස්කම් දියුණු කර ගැනීමට?
ඔව් අනිවාර්යෙන් එතනින් ලැබුණ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක හරි වැදගත්. මොකද ඒ එක ටීම් එකකට එක ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් කෙනා ඉන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ පිට රටකින් ගෙනල්ලා ඔවුන් ගෙවලා ඔවුන් ගෙවල් ලබා දීලා අපිට යාෆයා දීලා ගොඩාක් වියදම් කරනවා. අපිට තව අර කොන්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකකුත් දෙනවා. ඉතින් එහෙම ගියාම ඒගොල්ලන් මේ ටීම් එකක් වශයෙන් එක්ස්පෙක්ට් කරනවා හැමදාම ලකුණු 100ක් ගන්න, හැමදාම විකට් 5ක් ගන්න. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ දේවල්. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ගිහිල්ලා මම අවුරුදු 10 11ක් සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඒකෙන් ලැබුණ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක මම දැන් දුක හිතෙනවා මම අවුරුදු 20 වගේ ගියේ නෑ කියලා. මම ගියේ 27 වගේ. මම ඊට ඉස්සෙල්ලා ගියා නම් මම හිතන්නේ මම තවත් හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් වෙනවා. 10 නේ 15000ක් විතර ගහන්න තිබ්බා කියලා හිතෙනවා. මොකද තමන් දන්නවා තමන්ගෙන් මෙච්චර එක්ස්පෙක්ට් කරනවා තමන් කීයක් හරි තමන් ඒගොල්ලන්ගෙන් ලබා ගන්නවා. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක. ඉතින් මොකද ඒ වගේම තමයි තමන් ඒ සීසන් එකේ හොඳට කරන්න තමයි ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ තමන්ට තව කොන්ට්‍රැක්ට් ලැබෙන්නේ. තව ක්ලබ් එකකින් ඉරි වැඩියෙන් දීලා තමන්ව ගන්නෙත් මේ හොඳට කරොත් තමයි. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම තමයි වෙන වෙන කන්ඩිෂන්ස් වල සෙල්ලම් කරලා ඒ වගේම තමයි අනිත් ටීම් එකෙත් ඉන්නවා තව ප්‍රෝ කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් සමහරවිට ඔව් හොඳටම පන්දු දාන වෙන රටට ගහපලා තියෙන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. මොකද හැම එකනටම ඇවිල්ලා ගහන්න බෑනේ. ඉතින් එක්ක හොඳ පිතිකරණය දෙන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් මම හිතන්නේ යන්න පුළුවන් නම් මේ තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට අඩු වයසෙම මෙහි ක්‍රිකට් එක හැබැයි මේ මිස් කරන්නේ නැතුව මේ සීසන් එක මිස් කරන්නේ නැතුව එහෙ ගිහිල්ලා ගහන්න පුළුවන් නම් කොහේ හරි රටක මම හිතන්නේ ඒක මහත් වැදගත් වෙනවා උන්ගේ කරියර් එකට.
ඔව් ඉතින් ඊටම වැදගත්. එයත් මේ තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට මේ වැඩසටහන නරඹනවා නම් ඔබට අදහසක් ගන්න පුළුවන් ඔබේ ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතය කොහොමද ගොඩනගා ගත යුත්තේ කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම ඔබ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඒ කණ්ඩායමට ක්‍රීඩා කළා, ප්‍රාන්ත ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කළා, ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න නොලැබුණත් ඔබට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ලැබෙන්නේ නැති ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්ක මොන වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්කද ක්‍රීඩා කළේ? ඒ කාලේ ඉතින් මොනවාද ඔවුන්ගෙන් ඉගෙන ගත්තේ? ඔබ දැකපු විශේෂ දේවල් මේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ කරන දේවල් තරඟවලට කලින් එහෙමත් නැත්නම් තරඟය තුලදී?
ඔව් අනිවාර්යයෙන් මම හැම රටක් වගේ එකම ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. මොකද ඉස්සර තමන් රටකින් ආපුවම ටෙස්ට් ටුවර් එකකට හරි මොන හරි ටුවර් එකකට හරි මෙහෙ සෙල්ලම් කරන උන් එක්ක ප්‍රැක්ටිස් මැචස්. ඉතින් මේ හැම ප්‍රැක්ටිස් මැච් එකකම මම ඉන්නවා. ලකුණුත් ගොඩක් ලබා ගන්නවා. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් හොඳ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා හොඳ ඒ කියන්නේ හැම රටේම ඔය පොන්ටින් ලද වෝන් ලද ලාර ලද හැම කෙනෙක්ම එක්ක මම ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. වසීම් අක්‍රම්ලා වකා යුනුස්ලා ඒ හැම ටීම් එකක් ආපුවම මම ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. මම ලකුණු ලබාගෙන තියෙනවා. මේ අර ලබා එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක ඉතින් ඔවුන් වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්ක පන්දුට පාර දීලා හරි පන්දු යවලා හරි ඒ ලැබෙන එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක අපේ ඇවිල්ලා ඩොමස්ටික් සෙල්ලම් කරද්දි මම හොඳට කරන්නේ ඒක තමයි. මොකද ඒ ලෙවල් එකේ ඒ පන්දු යවන්නන්ට ඒ ටීම්ස් වල එක්ක සෙල්ලම් කරාම තමන්ට ඉතින් අපි කියමු දැන් 140ට 150ට පන්දු යවන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්ට අපිට වැඩි මේ නැෂනල් මේ අපිට ක්ලබ් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වල අපිට හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් මම දැක්කා අද තුදේත් මම ක්ලබ් එකකට ගියාම ඒතරම් හයියෙන් දාන පන්දු යවන්න නෙවෙයි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලන් එකපාරට ගිහලා නැෂනල් ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ගහද්දි ඒගොල්ලන් 150ට දාන ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට පන්දු යවන්න ඕනේ. මේ ෆේස් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඉතින් මට දුක හිතෙනවා ඒගොල්ලන්ට. ඒගොල්ලන්ට ස්ක්වොඩ් එකකට දාපුවම තමයි ඔන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ටිකකට මේ හම්බ වෙන්නේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. ඉතින් අර වගේ අපිට ඉස්සර ගොඩාක් හම්බුණා මැචස්. ඉතින් ක්ලබ් ගිහිල්ලා සෙල්ලම් කරාම ඒ හරි ලේසි වුණා ඒ පන්දු යවන්නන්ට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් ගොඩක් ලැබුණා මං. ඉතින් මෙහෙමයි මේ අපේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව ඒක තමයි මම කියන්නේ. ගොඩාක් පුළුවන් නම් මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ඉන්වෝල්ව් කරගන්න ඕනේ ඩොමස්ටික් ලෙවල් එකේ. මම දන්නවා LPL එහෙම ගහනවා. අපිට ඉස්සර තිබ්බ ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ටූර්නමන්ට් එකක්. ඒ ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ටූර්නමන්ට් එකේ තිබ්බ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ්ස් මම කවදාවත් දැකලා නැහැ මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් වල. ඉතින් මොකද හැම දෙනෙක්ම ගහන්න ඕනේ ක්‍රීඩාව. මම ගියාවේ සෙන්ට්‍රල් ප්‍රොවින්ස්. මගේ ටීම් එකේ මුරලි සංගා තිලාන් ඒ වගේ හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් එක්ක හිටියේ. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ ඒ ස්ටෑන්ඩ් මම දන්නේ දැන් ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ක්‍රිකට් වෙනවද කියලා මම දන්නේ. ඒ ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ටීම් එක ගැහුවත් ටූර්නමන්ට් එක ගැහුවත් මම දන්නේ මේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ හැම දෙනෙක්ම සෙල්ලම් කරනවද කියලා. මොකද ක්‍රිකට් ටිකක් වැඩි හින්දා මම හිතන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන්ට රෙස්ට් එකක් ලබා දෙන්න හින්දා මම හිතන්නේ මේ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ්ස් කොහොමද දන්නේ නැහැ. හැබැයි අපේ කාලේ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ්ස් ඉහළම තිබෙදී ඒක ඒ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක තමයි අපිට උදව් වුණේ අපේ ඩොමස්ටික් ලෙවල් එකේ අපි හොඳට කරන්න වුණා. සමහර කට්ටිය ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ලෙවල් එකේ හොඳට කරන්න මම හිතන්නේ ඒක තමයි ඒක උදව් වුණේ.
ඔව් ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාව වෙනුවෙන් ඔබ පළමු පෙළ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරලා මේ ආකාරයෙන් අවස්ථාව සපයාගත්තා. ලකුණු ලබා ගන්න 10000ක් ලකුණු ලබා ගන්න ඒක කඩයිමක් ලකුණු 10000 සම්පූර්ණ කරපු සියලු පිතිකරුවන් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමට ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඒ වගේම ඔබ කඩලු 250කට වැඩිය දවාගත් පන්දු යවන්නේ. ඒ වගේම උඩ පන්දු 100කට වඩා රැකගත් පන්දු රකින්නෙක්. ඉතින් මේ දේවල් එක්ක ඔබ දකින්න ඇති විදෙස් පුහුණුකරුවන්, විදෙස් ක්‍රීඩකයන්, ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රීඩකයන්, විචාරකයන් ඔබ දකින්න ඇති. කවුරුත් ඇහුවේ නැද්ද? ඇයි ඔබ කණ්ඩායමේ නැති කියලා? ඔබට ඒ වගේ මතකයන් නැති, ඔබත් එක්ක කතා කරන්නේ නැති, මොකක්ද මේ ප්‍රශ්නේ කියලා කවුරුත් ඇහුවේ නැද්ද ඒ කාලේ?
දැන් ඔය ප්‍රශ්නෙට මම උත්තර දීලා හැම දැන් ඔයා වුණත් පටන් ගත්තේ ඇයි ගැහුවේ නැත්තේ කියලා. ඉතින් ඔය ප්‍රශ්නෙට මම උත්තර දීලා ඇති මිලියන ගාණක්. මොකද හැමෝම අහන්නේ මේ ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් 10000ක් තියලා සමහරවල් මම දන්නේ මම විතරද කියලා මේ 10000 ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් ගහලා මේ රටකට ගහලා නැත්තේ. ඉතින් සමහර දන්නවා ඒ ආගේ දන්නවා ක්‍රීඩකයන් පවා. දැන් ඇමරිකාවට ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නවා ගොඩාක් ඔය ඇවිල්ලා රිටයර් වෙලා දැන් අපේ කට්ටිය ඕස්ට්‍රේලියා ගිහිල්ලා මේ පදිංචි වෙනවා වගේ ගොඩාක් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ රටවල් වලට ගහපු ඇමරිකාවේ ඉන්නවා. ඇවිල්ලා ඒගොල්ලන් බිස්නස් කරගෙන ඒගොල්ලන් වෙන දේවල් කරගෙන ඉන්නවා. ඒගොල්ලන් දැක්ක ගමන් අහනවා ඇයි රටට ගැහුවේ නැත්තේ කියලා. ඉතින් උත්තරේ ඉතින් මම එකම උත්තරේ තමයි දෙන්න වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් මේ දවස් එක මේකක් තමයි 96 වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එක දින්න එක. ඒ දින්න එකෙන් අවස්ථාව අඩු වුණා. ඒ ක්‍රීඩකයෝම මම කියන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ හොඳ නැහැ කියලා. එතන හිටිය ඔක්කොම හිටිය වර්ල්ඩ් ක්ලාස් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ. නමුත් ඒගොල්ලන් 99 වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එක දක්වා ක්‍රීඩා කරා. ඒගොල්ලන්ට ඔපචුනිටි එක දුන්නා සිලෙක්ටර්ලා, කැප්ටන් මම හිතන්නේ මේ ඒ ටීම් එකත් එක්කම 99ට ගියා. මම හිතන්නේ එකක් දෙකක් මේ චේන්ජස් වෙන්න ඇති. ඒක තමයි අපි 99 කියලා පොඩ්ඩක් මම හිතන්නේ හරියට උත්තර කරා කියලා. ඉතින් මේ ඒ හින්දා අපිට ගොඩක් එතන ගොඩක් බලපෑවා. ඉතින් මම කියන්නේ මේ තරුණයන්ටත් කියන්නේ මේ දැන් ගහන ක්‍රීඩකයන්ටත් කියන්නේ ලංකාවේ ක්‍රිකට් ගහනවා නම් මේ හැම දෙයකටම මුණ දෙන්න ඕනේ. මේ මොකද දන්නේ නැහැ සමහරවිට හොඳට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න පුළුවන් chance එකක් හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැති වෙයි. ඒ වගේ දේවල් ඉස්සර ගොඩක් වුණා. මේ දැන් නම් මං කිව්වා වගේ අර ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා නැහැ. ඉතින් පොඩ්ඩක් හරි හොඳට කරොත් කමං කැපී පෙනෙනවා, කමංව ගන්නවා. ඒ වගේම තමයි සෝෂල් මීඩියා වලින් ගොඩාක් මේ ගැන කතා කරනවා. ඉතින් සිලෙක්ටර්ලට වුණත් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක. සිලෙක්ටර්ලා වුණත් දන්නවා මේම ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් ඉන්නවා කියලා. ඉතින් දැන් මේ මං හිතන්නේ එහෙම මං දන්නේ කවුරු හරි එච්චර මේ යයිද කියලා ලකුණු 10000ක් ගන්න. මොකද දැන් ලේසියෙන් කට්ටිය ගිව් අප් කරනවා. සාධාරණයි. ඒගොල්ලන්ටත් ෆැමිලිස් තියෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ෆියුචර් එක හදා ගන්න ඕනේ. රට දාලා යනවා. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි මේ හැම දෙයකටම මම හිතන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් එක මොන හරි තීරණයක් ගන්න ඕනේ. ඩොමස්ටික් ලෙවල් එකේ මේ ගෙවන ගණන් හැම හරිම අඩුයි. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් එකේ හැමදාම කියනවා දැන් වුණත් දැන් අපි ගහන කාලේ ඉඳලා මේ අවුරුදු 20ක් ගියා කියමු. ඒ වැඩි වෙලා තියෙන පරතරයේ ප්‍රසන්ටේජ් එක දැක්කහම පව් කියලා හිතනවා මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට. නැෂනල් ටීම් එකට තමයි ඔක්කොම කරන්නේ. නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලාට ගොඩක් ගෙවන්න ඕන එක සාධාරණයි. ඒගොල්ලන් ගොඩක් කැපවීම් කරනවා. නමුත් ඒ නැෂනල් ටීම් නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා සමහර නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා උතන ඉන්නේ හැම නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර් මේ ඩොමස්ටික් එකක් තියෙන හින්දා. මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් එක තියෙන්නේ ඩොමස්ටික් ක්‍රිකට් එකක් තියෙන හින්දා. ඉතින් ඩොමස්ටික් ක්‍රිකට් එක තමයි මම කියන්නේ මේ හැම දෙයක්ම වියදම් කරලා මේ හොඳ තත්ත්වයකට ගේන්න ඕනේ කියලා. දැන් අද වුණත් ටීම් 28ක් ගහනවා. ඉතින් බලන්න මොකද්ද ක්වොලිටි කියලා.
ඔව් ඉතින් අපි බලන් ඉමු අනාගතයේදී මොනවද සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ කියලා. ඇත්තටම විවේචනය සාධාරණයි. කෙසේ වෙතත් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ සෑහෙන කාලයක් ක්‍රීඩා කරලා ලකුණු රැස් කරලා උඩ පන්දු රැස් කරලා කඩුළු ලබාගෙන ඔබ අවස්ථාව හදාගන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමෙත් යම් කාලයක් තේරීම් කමිටු සමාජිකයෙක් වෙන. ඊපස්සේ එක්සත් ජනපදයට යන්න ඔබ අවස්ථාව හදාගන්න. කොහොමද මේ අවස්ථාව හැදෙන්නේ? කොහොමද ඔබ ඊට ලෑස්ති වුණේ? මොනවාද සපුරපු සුදුසුකම්?
ඔව් ඇමරිකාවට යන්න නම් මං එහෙන් කසාද බැන්දා. මගේ බිරිඳ මෙහෙ හොලිඩේ එකක් ඇවිල්ලා ඉද්දී මට හම්බුණා. ඊට පස්සේ මම මෙහෙ විසිට් කරලා බලද්දී හරි මේ of course අපි මේ කසාද බැන්දා. ඊට පස්සේ මං එයා කිව්වා ඇවිල්ලා බලන්න. හොඳ නැත්තම් අපි ලංකාවට යමු කියලා. ඉතින් මම ගිහිල්ලා මම ඒතකොට තේරීම් කමිටුවේ හිටියේ. ඉතින් මම යනවා කියලා කිව්වහම ඒගොල්ලන් කිව්වා හරි කියලා. ඉතින් මට
Hello and welcome back to the Colombo Colts Grounds in Havelock Park. The Sri Lankan Over-50s are going out to defend their rather mediocre nominal score of 147 all out in the 43rd over. We've got the two umpires out in the middle. Daryl O'Sullivan from Australia and Suresh Budu from Canada. It'll be a uphill task. Both unbeaten teams, and England Over-50s have done extremely well on the field to restrict the famous opponents to just 147. The top scorers being Suwanji Madanayaka 22 and getting into double figures after that. Daminda Wijayasekara 16, he was last out. Renu Kanonis 13. Shane Fernando, the captain, 16, and Saman Jayanta 13. Built on three partnerships, 37 runs for the fifth wicket, Shane Fernando and Suwanji Madanayaka, and 28 runs for the seventh wicket, Suwanji Madanayaka and Punyakanta Abegunasekara, who made 15. And then Daminda Wijayasekara in partnership with last man Renu Kanonis 13 put on a very valuable 24 runs for the last wicket.
Right, Haritha, you didn't mention how many extras were considered in that innings.
I didn't get to the bowling figures either. Yeah, 33 extras was the top contribution for the total. Marcus Sharp, 4 for 21. He picked up the first 4 wickets. Zulfi Bhatt, 2 for 26. But Nick Phillips, 3 for 28, picking the 7th and 8th and 9th wickets, made a tremendous impact on the Sri Lanka Over-50s batting. Rory Ingram will be keeping wickets. As the England Over-50s openers walk out to the middle. They have a very strong batting lineup, Eric.
Yes.
I'm sure the captain is walking out. Yeah. David Snellgrove. But the man that they will all want to get rid of early is Giles Eccleston. He's a prolific striker of the ball. He's been a century maker. He's been a playmaker with the bat for the light blue shirts.
So Eccleston will be taking strike, the left-hander. He's on strike, and the Sri Lanka Over-50s, they'll have to really attack and try and get these early wickets, because if they are to have any impression this game, they have to look at getting wickets early, because that's what happened to them when they were batting. And what will be the strategy from the Sri Lanka Over-50s as to what type of bowling attack will they really go with, because they need bowlers to bowl really well, backed up by some good fielding. Looking at the field at the moment, they got a slip in place, a silly point, a backward point, the sweeper being brought into an extra cover, and then the mid-off. And on the onside, a backward square leg, a mid-wicket and a long one, with the deep mid-wicket on the boundary. That's the field that they've got for Eccleston, the left-hander.
So Saman Jayanta from the Havelock Park end is getting ready to bowl.
So Ruin Peris moves from the 3-point region onto the onside to a forward short leg. So the slip and the forward short leg in position. Attacking field, this is good, because this is what they'll need to do to pick up early wickets.
Indi Kaseram is at first slip. In a previous game, he held on to 3 catches in one match. Interesting. They'll have to get a good start to have confidence, the batters as well as the bowler. Upul Chandana He's at short cover. We all know he's a brilliant fielder.
Off the mark straight away, a single being taken. Ball played out towards mid-off. So Eccleston on his way. David Snellgrove, the captain, on strike at the moment, the right-hander.
In the first game at the Colombo Colts Ground at the same venue, Sri Lanka Over-50s beat USA Over-50s by 6 wickets. And in the bowling department, Suwanji Madanayaka 2 for 37, Renuka Nonis 2 for 44 were the wicket takers. In that game, Priyantha Rajapaksa kept wickets and he held on to 2 catches. David Snellgrove, England Over-50s skipper. Confident start for him too to get off the mark. First ball faced.
Yes, the England Over-50s, they know that there is no great hurry to go bang bang to get runs because they only get 148 to win.
In the second game, Sri Lanka Over-50s beat Zimbabwe Over-50s by 8 wickets at the MCA ground. The Zimbabwe Over-50s were restricted to 154 all out, and the wicket takers there with Daminda Wijayasekara 3 for 17, Saman Jayantha 2 for 10, and Suwanji Madanayaka once again 2 for 26, together with Shane Fernando 2 for 6.
Nicely played, very nicely played. Worked it off his pads on the onside, coming back with a second run. That sloppy fielding took too much time to get rid of the ball, so allowed the batsman to come back with a second run.
Chaminda Rajapaksa.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So England Over-50s looked very comfortable in that first over. The captain himself, that is David Snellgrove, is on 1. Eccleston is on 3, faced 5 balls. Saman Jayantha's first over went for 4 runs.
Suwanji Madanayaka is bowling from the commentary box end. He picked up 2 for 61 in the third game, where Pujit Udon 4 for 27. Did better than him against UAE Over-50s in that game played at the Horana ground. That was the third game. Indika Diseram held on to 3 catches in that match.
Appeal for the wicket keeper. But the ball travelled very quickly towards that extra cover position. Turn as well.
So Saman Jayantha brought in to the 30-yard circle from his position at long off on the boundary.
Want to see a few appeals, in fact, in this innings. The left-arm spinner, Suwanji Madanayaka, also perhaps trying to trouble the batsman. They're trying this time to work it on the onside. Is Snellgrove doesn't make contact. Now the appeal. 3 appeals in a row.
Good bowling. The last game was played at the adjoining BRC grounds. Sri Lanka Over-50s beat Namibia Over-50s by 7 wickets. Chaminda Rajapaksa 2 for 10, Pujit Uduna 3 for 16, and Dilshan Amarasinghe 2 for 29 were the main wicket takers. So 4 dot balls to start off for Suwanji Madanayaka, who did well with the bat, making 22.
Tight over from Suwanji Madanayaka. Shane Fernando dropping himself from mid-on down towards long on. Driven out towards long on, so he'll pick up a single for that. He'll keep the strike. End of the over, 2 completed. England Over-50s, 5 for no wicket.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
The first game for England, they beat Zimbabwe Over-50s by 7 wickets. 223 for 3 was their reply. Giles Eccleston 72, skipper David Snell rolled 48. An opening stand of 121.
Quick single again, good running. Played his soft hands and realized that the field was fairly deep. The skipper himself, Shane Fernando, at backward point. Field crosses over for the left-handed Eccleston. The forward short leg has been moved to a short mid-on now. That's Ruin Paris.
In the second game, England Over-50s did extremely well. $197 for 1 against USA Over-50s. Giles Eccleston 109 not out. They had a 100 partnership there too. 111 runs for the opening stand. On that occasion, Jon Wildman was the batter. He made 37. So the top order is performing for England Over-50s.
So plenty of time to complete the single. Plays towards the long on is Eccleston. Dot ball to end the over. 3 completed. England Over-50s, 7 for no wicket.
The last game, the third match, England Over-50s resolutely went on a rampage, beating UAE Over-50s by 8 wickets. And on that occasion, a 90-run second wicket stand between Nazir Ahmed 51, Richard Trotman 44 not out was the key. So most of their batters have been used to get acclimatized as the tournament went on.
So Sri Lanka Over-50s opting to go for spin, open the bowling.
Yeah, these two sides met in a warm-up game that was played at the Pisara Oval. Sri Lanka Over-50s not at full strength though, lost by 93 runs. Good work on the part of skipper Shane Fernando. Had to move quickly, had to bed down, did both effectively. Yeah, England Over-50s, they were put into bat, 269 for 8 in the 45 overs. Eccleston 125, 2 sixes, 18 fours, 98 ball onslaught. But I was really appreciative was even after he had made the 100, he was running quickly for twos. Alex Richards 44, Shitiji Desai 23, Jon Wildman 20, all made runs. So their batting department has been very strong and performing, which explains their success story in the tournament so far. One of the strongest teams in the 4th Over-50s World Cup 2025.
Yes, also to take into consideration they came in from a winter into very hot conditions here in Sri Lanka. They acclimatized themselves pretty well. Another big shout, very confident shout this time. Not out, says the umpire. The fielders think otherwise. Over being called 4 completed. England Over-50s 8 for no wicket.
Ooh.
Mama Gajaman.
Last ball of the last over. This is what happened.
Hit on the back leg, over the knee roll. Very good shout indeed.
Well, the umpire must have really considered the ball was pitched outside the line of off stump. There was turn, of course. That must have been working on his mind. Played a miss outside the line of off stump. The foot had not moved.
Yeah, he's pleading a little bit of the pressure. He didn't leave the crease. It's a strong man, Eccleston.
They take those singles so quickly. Shane Fernando, the captain of the Over-50s Sri Lanka team, fielding at a backward square leg.
Yeah, he'll have to handle his bowlers very well under these circumstances. If these two openers put on a good stand, never mind that they'll take a little bit of time to establish themselves, England Over-50s wouldn't mind it. Punyakanta Begunasekara. See, they're milking the bowling. That's the good thing. Samanjayanta knows that if you can't pick up wickets, don't lose or leak runs.
End of the over, 5 completed. England Over-50s 10 for no wicket.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Postal Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So England Over-50s 10 for no loss after 5 overs. The Sri Lankan two opening bowlers have kept things tight for the England openers here. And Saman Janta bowling 3 overs for just 8 runs. And Suwanji Madanayaka is continuing to bowl from the Kong box end here. So far given away just 2 runs only.
It's been a slow start for England Over-50s. Sri Lanka has done well, but...
talking about slow start, there you go. Pitched up, delivery, driven firmly there through extra cover. And pitched up too full, I would say. He was bowling well. There you go, Josie. Half volley there. Driven firmly there.
Easy pickings. As England Over-50s get their first boundary. And it's taken 5 overs. Sri Lankan bowlers have kept it tight. Not being able to get the prize wicket of these two. David and Eccleston. England dug out quite calm. There's another shout. As the umpire has raised his finger. A delayed decision once again. As Suwanjit Madanayaka has struck.
He had quite a reasonable close call in the previous over. I would have thought would have crashed at stumps. There you go, that's a replay. Seam up delivery coming in. Probably struck outside the off stump. So probably not hitting that. Because it was struck outside the off stump. Would have hit the stumps, but it was hit just outside the off stump. So David Snailgrove, the skipper for England Over-50s debut. And England 14 for 1.
Mama Gajaman.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking. Amazing. This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
So England Over-50s 14 for 1. Suwanji Madanayaka picking up that first wicket of David Snailgrove, skipper for the England Over-50s. Interesting to see the replay again, because it was probably stuck outside the off stump. And, so that brings Royston Smith.
England have lost one early. Can Sri Lanka come back well with the ball?
Sri Lanka needs to chip in with another wicket or two and get that pressure building of this run chase. It won't be easy if Sri Lanka can get another wicket or two. That's a wayward delivery, swinging.
Trying too hard now, Suwanjit. He's been bowling well.
Yeah, this is the appeal. Quite a close call. Probably hitting the off stump and between the middle stump there, but we need to see where the ball struck the pads there. Is it in line? Watchfully played there again. So this is Swaji Madanayaka's tactics, bowling and coming into the right-hander. So that's the end of the 6th over. England Over-50s 15 for 1.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialog Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD.
Off-spin ball of Saman Jayanta will continue from the Havelock Park end.
He runs in and bowls those dart deliveries straight up. Probably needs to give some air, get that purchase off the track. You might see a lot of spin coming in.
Indeed, it's a trial by spin for England.
So Giles Eccleston needs to stick in there. He's their prolific run getter for the England Over-50s. Scored 100.
Very watchful. Chasing 148. And if only Sri Lanka got close to that 200 run mark, this would have been a real nail biter.
Yeah, anything close to 180 to 200 runs in between would have had a crack of a game here. But yet, it's not going to be easy for the England Over-50s because the Sri Lankan spinners are bowling on tight lines and keeping it really tight here. You see all the 4 or 5 deliveries straight up. It's not letting Giles Eccleston getting those width or those boundary balls here. So dot ball to end the over. It's a maiden by Saman Jayanta. So England Over-50s 15 for 1 after 7 overs.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Postal Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 74 21 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Swaji Madanayaka continues his seam up in swiggers as well as left arm orthodox. He has a mixed bag from the combox end here.
He's been neat here. 3.1 overs, 1 for 7. It's good bowling. This is applying the pressure well. Sri Lanka fielders as well supporting the bowlers. And when it's a steep, not a steep target of 148, your bowlers have to be on point. Sri Lanka have come out with their A game.
Yeah, Rishwan, the batters didn't get much runs, so it's time for the bowlers now. And if they need to win this game, they need to grab 10 wickets. They can't restrict the score. 45 overs is long, lot of balls, 270 deliveries. They can't defend it unless they take those 10 wickets of the England Over-50s. 9 more to go.
Indeed, and they have the likes of Daminda Vijayasekara, Pujita Uduvana and Punyakanta as well to come into the attack. So plenty of spin option for Sri Lanka, likes of Upul Chandana as well.
Yeah, him coming into the side has given some leg spinners back in the days. He used to bowl his leg spinners and get a lot of turn. And interesting to see the spinners coming into their A game here, because they need to chip in. Each and every spinner needs to take wickets, and that's the only option they have to win this game.
Yes, they need to take the 10 wickets. If not, it will be quite easy for the England Over-50s. Left alone as a dot ball to end the 8th over. England in reply, 16 for 1.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Mama Gajaman.
So Zaman Janta continues to bowl from the Havelock Park ground end. So far England 16 for 1 after 8 overs. A quiet start here. And they have just given away 2 runs per over. Rashwan, it is tight bowling. They're fighting here.
Indeed, Sri Lanka clearly not going down without a fight. Have the likes of Vijay Sekhar as well to come onto the attack. If each spinner get a couple of wickets, Sri Lanka could produce a big upset here. As you mentioned, Rajiv, in this ground, chasing has been the name of the game. And England can find themselves in a spot of bother, you can say. Runs haven't been coming easy.
Yeah, what happens is now, when the spinners keep tight, when there are no wickets, they might try different things. So England needs to stay there, stick in there, bat all the overs. Probably they might go down the line because it's a normal tactic, those spinners. When they don't get wickets, they try different things. Probably try to toss up the ball more, try different lengths and angles. So England needs to stick in there and probably bat on because they have plenty of time, plenty of balls. Not much of a hurry. See, they're keeping it tight. And what Sri Lankan bowlers are doing right now is keeping everything tight. So they want the England batters to do some mistake. So that's why they want to keep it tight, just bowl out the overs. And another quick single there. So far 3 runs in this over. It came all in singles and doubles. Just a single boundary for the England Over-50s. That came off David Snellgrove's bat. He was departed for 8 runs. A lot of patience here by Eccleston.
Indeed, he's faced 25 deliveries for his 6 runs. He'll look on to play that long handle. Watchful start for him. There's another dot ball. And the 9th over. England in reply, chasing 148, 19 for 1.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Postal Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 74 21 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Looks like a bowling change from the commentary box in. It looks like much awaited.
Yeah, love to see what he has in his armory here. Indeed. Chandana is mostly involved with the setup of the Sri Lanka national team.
Indeed, fielding coach as well, fresh off a series win. He'll be a happy man if he could produce some breathtaking deliveries. Sri Lanka could put this English Over-50s under a lot of pressure.
A delight to see the likes of Upul Chandana. Those days when I was a schoolboy, he was bowling his leg spinners. He loves to come in and spin the ball. Brilliant fielder.
Indeed, had a disappointing outing with the bat. Was stumped. It was a well bowled ball by Zulfi and stumped by Knightley. So we want to make amends with the ball in hand. Upul Chandana, very gutsy cricketer, giving it his all in the field as well, as you see. Brilliant work from his own bowling. That's what you like to see. Rolling back over the years, Rajiv.
Yeah, that went straight on. A bit of skiddiness in that delivery. Pushing it a little harder. Upul Chandana loves to. He will change up his pace definitely. Loves to bowl that Jaffa. There you go, getting a little bit of a spin there. He'll give ball much air in time to come. He's still trying to gather his momentum here, Upul Chandana. There you go. Mixed bags in his armory. Went straight on. Probably a seam up delivery. There you go. It just went through bat and pad. Even the keeper behind Rory was surprised. It kept very low, Rishwan. Just missed the off stump. Watchfully played by Royston. So that's another maiden over. England Over-50s in 19 for 1 after 10 overs.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD. Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
So England Over-50s 19 for 1 after 10 overs. Sri Lanka spinners have kept it really tight. Despite taking just one wicket, they have kept those tight lines, tight areas, bowling those dot deliveries. And Upul Chandana coming into the attack early. Leg spinner bowling a maiden over. So Saman Janatha continues from the Dialog Park ground end, bowling his 6th over. Yet to pick up a wicket. He's bowled 5 overs so far, just given away 11 runs.
See, if this same application was there when they were batting, it would have been a different story for Sri Lanka Over-50s.
Yeah, the difference now is Sri Lanka bowling spinners. Earlier, England were bowling the seamers. So we would have had the same approach of the game. We would have had a different run score chased by England. They're batting respectively and giving that defensive approach. Because Sri Lankan bowlers are bowling on the trot, on line, not giving much room. So the England Over-50 batters here. Dot ball after dot ball. It's flicked straight to the short, find the fielder there. There's a Punyakanta Begunasekara there. So what happens now, Haritha, if England falls another wicket, if Sri Lanka can get another wicket, that will bring more pressure on the England camp. They are chasing down this target because they are keeping it really tight now.
See, they have batters who understand this game. They have played together as a team. They have played a lot of Masters cricket, Over-50s cricket. They have batted with this sort of pressure on them earlier too. 11 completed. In reply, England Over-50s, 1 down for 20.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
මම ගජමෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Postal Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17249.
මම ගජමෑන්
So, welcome back after the short drinks break here. England Over-50s 20 for 1 after 11 overs. The only wicket was fallen for the skipper David Snellgrove. He got out for 8. It was a close call there by Swanji Madanayaka. So far the Sri Lankan bowlers have kept it really tight. Samanjayantha bowling 6 overs for 12 runs, and Swanji Madanayaka bowling his 4 overs for 8. He's the wicket taker so far, and Upul Chandana bowled the previous over for Ramadan. So he continues from the combox end here. These two batters have been kept quiet by the Sri Lankan spinners. Probably that's the googly. He has got plenty of deliveries in his armory. Upul Chandana. Very positive, aggressive cricketer. Slight adjustment of the field. Tossed up delivery. Quick single there for Giles Eccleston. He has faced 30 deliveries so far for his 8 runs.
Roshan Smith against US Over-50s scored 48 not out.
What I can see is that Sri Lankan spinners are bowling on the perfect areas in this track. They're waiting until the England Over-50s does some mistake.
This is very educated batting. You can see that they are not trying to play across the line. They're treating the bowler with respect. They know that this has been a former World Cup winning team member of 1996, Upul Chandana. Mahinda goal masters cricketer.
Giving that respect. Seam up delivery again. So that dot ball ends the 12th over. England Over-50s 21 for 1.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
England Over-50s 21 for 1 after 12 overs. Samanjanta bowled 6 overs just for 12 runs. And he's continuing to bowl his 7th over now. Quick single there. This is good batting.
They'll want to prevent these bowlers breaking through, and you are talking about another wicket. Even if there's another wicket, I think the rest of the batting, they have had decent outings. They have made runs, and sometimes against weak opposition, but they've spent time out in the middle. That acclimatation, the confidence will be a different story, just like that. Into the gap.
Yeah, they wait until the loose delivery. Is it just probably a 4? No.
No. Daminda Wijayasekara had a long run.
Yeah, batters crossing for 3 runs there. So they wait until those loose deliveries. That's what they're trying to do here. Patiently waiting. Because what we can see is, Haritha, there's 45 overs to get this target. So you do need to hurry up. We respect the bowler and bat along throughout the inning.
So in the final analysis, Sri Lanka Over-50s think tank will say that they couldn't bat 45 overs. That's another story. They'll have to field very well. Got 4 very mobile players on the field. Rory Ingram is 1. At first slip is Indika Diseram. At short cover is Upul Chandana. And the other one is Samanjanta. Well fielded. He was one who was bowling.
So dot ball to in the 13th over. England Over-50s 25 for 1. England Over-50s 25-1 after 13 overs. Upul Chandana is continuing from the combox end here. Slight appeal, probably straight off the bat there. He's bowling is wicket to wicket. Still, we haven't seen that spin coming off the track for the Sri Lankan bowlers. Close call there.
They're not prepared to leave the crease and get to the pitch of the ball and try to hit it here and there. Just play basic cricket.
Yeah, they don't want to take that risk, probably. So that's why they're waiting until those loose deliveries. Because at some point, Sri Lankan bowlers have to try and get hold of a wicket. So then they will loosen up.
Yeah, now Rory Ingram gets the helmet. So they want to place him at short catcher's position. Desperate situation. You don't find too many attacking close catching options at Over-50s cricket, but such is the case for Sri Lanka Over-50s.
And they want to create that pressure for the England
There would have been some hard talking by the coach Harsha De Silva and the captain Shane Fernando. The country is watching. Well, that's well played.
Yeah, that's short. So you bring in the close in field and you're bowling short. Probably not the best option for Upul Chandana.
He almost made a hash of it, Renuka Nonis.
There's no run there. Probably a bit of a footy there.
Looks like Renuka Nonis and Chaminda Rajapaksa will not be bowling.
Sri Lanka will try and operate more spinners here because the wicket looks very dry. But there's no harm yet. We haven't seen a lot of spin yet.
Ooh. Pujitha Uduana is the bowling number 12 for Sri Lanka Over-50s. He's at mid-off inside the 30-yard circle. That's where Eccleston wanted to go over. Again, well played. Bat and pad close together. Great technique. I mean, the Rajapaksa doing the fielding. See how they rotate the strike and pick the singles. Risk-free cricket. Very effective.
Yeah, just one after the other, single by single. They want to build that score. They want to bat on.
Really, bat and pad close together. Great application, great technique, great understanding.
Probably they would have had a good chat during the lunch break. So because they have 45 overs to get these targets, we don't need to get it quickly. So that's the end of the 14th over. England Over-50s 27 for 1.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialog Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD.
27 for 1 after 14 overs. So Saman Jayanta bowling his 8th over on the trot here. He started the bowling for Sri Lanka Over-50s.
He's doing a decent job on Giles Eccleston. This could be one of the slowest starts that he has had on tour. 38 balls for his 11. So despite not picking up wickets, the economy on the part of Saman Jayanta is important, at least at this stage for Sri Lanka Over-50s.
This is good batting. See, single by single, rotating the strike.
Daminda Vijayasekara will be required to bowl his quota if the match goes that distance. So is the story with Pujitha Uduana.
I think compared to the England spinners, Sri Lankan spinners have not got that spin off this track yet.
See, the ball is relatively new and they know they can't toss the ball and let those batters take too many liberties. There's not much runs to play around with. So they'll try to keep it as simple as possible. Stayed low. On the misfield, they'll steal the single. That's good calling. Punyakanta Abegunasekara.
Yeah, that's Suwanji Madanayaka.
Yeah, he sent the throw in, but initially the ball travelled very quickly late on Suwanji Madanayaka going down quickly. He didn't know where the ball was.
It is good running.
Yeah, watching the ball very carefully. He maintained that 2-run average, which is quicker delivery.
So dot ball to end the 15th over. England Over-50s 30 for 1, exactly 2 runs per over.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Postal Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Sri Lanka, after posing just 147 on the board, they have been quite on point when it comes to the ball in hand. 15 overs gone, 30 for 1, keeping it tight. And England have not been able to break the shackles here. Pulchandana. Sri Lanka would love another wicket or two in quick time. As I welcome Eric to the combox. Good afternoon to you, Eric Gowda.
Good afternoon to all our viewers as well. Oh, that's nicely played. Lovely drive down on the offside towards long off vacant region into the boundary for 4. And Eccleston opening his shoulders this time. He takes him on to 16. He's faced 43 balls for that. But nevertheless, look at that. For timing's been good. The placement excellent, in fact. And down the hill at long off for 4.
Indeed. 2 full on that occasion of Pulchandana. And pouncing on it was Eccleston. And good cricket. Following up that boundary with a single. Pulchandana. Just trying a bit too much now. Sri Lanka can't let this English batsman to settle in. Faced a lot of deliveries. Pulchandana would love to bowl at the right hander. As you see, the current partnership, 20 runs from 60 deliveries. It was appointed 10 overs. These two have batted on. Slow start, but steady as well. Not losing their way. The target of 148 in 45 overs doesn't require the big blows. So taking their time, England over 50s as 16 overs completed. England in reply, 35 for 1. Bowling change for Sri Lanka from the Havelock Park end. Looks like Sri Lanka's strike bowler Daminda Wijasekara will be brought into the attack. Just holding him up a tad bit because of the left-hander in the middle. Looks like skipper Shane Fernando has had enough and he brings on his strike bowler. And he had a handy knock with the bat as well. He's run out in the end. Well made 16 together with Rory Ingram. That important 10 wicket run partnership can come into play as the game progresses. Sri Lanka, if they are able to get a breakthrough. Eccleston trying to lose the shackles now. He's got a boundary that previous over. He's 17 of 44.
Yes, talking about the scoring rate for England over-50s. They know their target, 148. Only 16 overs completed. Each innings is 45 overs. So they've got another 29 overs in fact to get those runs. So they know they can pace it out. Eccleston, he's been in good touch. He's 17 of 44 balls.
They neatly played. Had a hand to it. Was Saman Jayant. Nevertheless, Royston as well is the man. Daminda Wijasekara will target the right hand. A slip in place. Can he get that odd one to spin? Probably make that first slip come into the game. New ball, Daminda Wijasekara. Left arm orthodox. He's been performing well with the ball in hand, Eric, in this tournament. He's getting too full on the occasion as Royston punishes Daminda Wijasekara. Just slightly over pitches it. And making no more nonsense as Royston just bounces on it. Fuller delivery on the occasion. And easy pickings for the likes of Royston Smith, who's spent some time in the middle now. And neatly played, beautiful. Chisekara hasn't started off well. Needs to be in that off stump, middle stump line. As Rajiv and Haritha was talking, Eric, I think the Sri Lankan spinners haven't been able to find a lot of spin in this wicket. Relatively a new ball in hand for Sri Lanka as well.
Yes, this was discussed at the toss as well as to what really would happen in the afternoon session when that wicket dries out completely. It's not going to turn. There's no assistance for the bowlers. The batsman will dominate.
England
in fact, I found it strange that the captain himself, Fernando, didn't really gauge this wicket too well. I know that that first section of play, that the ball will move around, the spinners will get some turn and bounce. So he won the toss and elected to bat first. He could have put England over-50s into bat, in fact. Didn't do that. Sickerston and Royston Smith, they'll go about their business.
Indeed, they have negotiated the ball as well. As now the over comes to an end. England, after 17 overs, a watchful start, but nevertheless 41 for 1.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Wickets will be the name of the game for Sri Lanka if they are to make a difference in the game, as Vipul Chandra will continue into his fifth over. Hasn't found much of spin in this wicket, as a false stroke nevertheless falls in no man's land, as that tickles away for a boundary. Now England cruising. They have got a couple of boundaries in the previous overs as well.
Yes, that was really lobbed on the offside over the heads of the fielders, and this outfield is so fast and the ball travels so quickly and into the boundary. Oh, play and a miss. Beats the wicket keeper as well.
Misses everyone, and that teases the fielders, and that's another boundary. Not what you want when you're defending a score of 148. Poor from Sri Lanka. With the wicket-keeping gloves on this occasion, Rory Ingram is not able to gather that cleanly. That just tickles away to the boundary.
So the partnership 35 runs or 70 balls for the second wicket. They've been steady. In fact, even though they've been slow, they've been very watchful. They know that the Sri Lankan bowlers will bowl tight to them. A push on the offside for a single. That's good running between the wickets. Just rotated the strike a bit.
Indeed, after a couple of boundaries early on in the over, just stick away with runs, with singles. Can be a costly over for Sri Lanka already. 9 runs in it with 2 balls to go. Upul Chandana, even though conceding 9 runs in this over, he's just conceded 13 runs in his 4.4 overs. Once again, watchful end to the over as England have reached that 50-run mark after 18 overs. England in reply 50 for 1.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Postal Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujithu 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So Chandan has bowled 5 overs, run for 13 his figures. Eggleston is on 18 of 49 and Royston Smith on 19 of 43. England Over-50 is 50 for 1. The target is 148. So less than 100 runs required by England Over-50s. There's the scoreboard.
The personal score of the 2 batsmen is not updated on the scoreboard. Nevertheless, Royston on 19, Eccleston on 18.
Yes, there, that scoreboard. It'll upgrade it every 10 runs. So 10, 20, 30 and so on. It doesn't upgrade every single run because that's a manual scoreboard. So perhaps there are 2 people working that scoreboard, 2 of the ground staff. Looking for the single, it's not on. Smith is down the track looking for one. Eccleston not interested. Upul Chandan, the fielder, writing fast even now. There we go. There's the return from Upul Chandana. Nicely cut away this time. Picked up inside the boundary. They get a couple of runs for that.
This is good from England. They're taking their time, showing patience in a very challenging wicket, but now it looks like it's settled down. So Vijay Sekhar yet to get an assistance from the wicket. Just the 2 runs in this over with a ball to go. Sri Lanka needs quick wickets. They need a couple of wickets in quick time. Cut away. And just beats Rory Ingram once again, and looks like that
partnership. That's heaved away. That's here with the box here. And that's a brilliant six. That's the first six of the innings for the England Over-50s. And first for Royston Smith. He's getting that acceleration mode on.
Indeed, Rajiv, and first six in this game as well.
That's the England commentary box stand there. Probably they will have to have a helmet on. Short delivery, cut away straight to the sweeper coverage, and 12 runs off this over so far. Quite a mediocre bowling now by Punyakanta here.
Indeed, an expensive start for Punyakanta. It's easy for Royston. He's pouncing on all the bad deliveries. Once again, drives it straight to the long on region. Pujit Udavan is yet to come into the attack. Surprising not to see him bowl yet. Sri Lanka will have to bring him on. Short delivery.
That's slapped towards the sweeper coverage, and expensive over by PK there. 14 runs off it. England Over-50s 76 for 1 after 22 overs, so we'll have a slight drinks break.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So we'll come back after the drinks break. So that's the England batting card. Eccleston, he's not out on 24, facing 59 deliveries. And the only wicket for the England Over-50s is the skipper, David Snellgrove. He was out for 8. And Royston Smith, he's picking up his strike rate as well as the run rate for the England Over-50s. He's on 39 after facing 57 deliveries.
Plenty of batting left as well for England Over-50s. As you see, the Sri Lankan bowling card. Saman Jayanta done with his 9 overs, none for 21. Just the one maiden. No wicket, no nothing in the wickets column, which is concerning. Suvanjit just the 4 overs, 1 for 8. The lone wicket taker for Sri Lanka, Upul Chandana, none for 13 in 5 overs. And Thamindu Wijayasekara, none for 16 in 3 overs, slightly on the expensive side. And Punyakantha, just the 1 solitary over where he went for 14. So expensive from Punyakantha and Wijayasekara.
You saw the first wicket for all of wickets. The runs, they were 14 when the first wicket fell. So these two batters have had a 62 run partnership now. They have faced almost 100 deliveries. They kept it really tight and they held their nerves, and that's cut away nicely there by Royston Smith. Another boundary. He moves to 43 now. And he waited and rock back and cut away firmly. That's a replay. Short delivery. And Daminda Wijayasekara paying the price. Bowling short and wide.
Indeed, Royston Smith now in a hurry.
He held the nerves as he came to the crease. There were a lot of straight up deliveries, wicket to wicket, and a lot of dot balls being bowled by the Sri Lankan bowlers. But now they are trying hard for a wicket. So Royston Smith kept his nerves patiently here, and now he's charging, and he's fully charged up now. Punyakantha. That's another short delivery. That's cut away. He came over the wicket there and bowling it wide outside the off stump there. And that was front of square. The previous one was a back cut there. And Royston Smith is in top-notch form here.
Indeed, Rajiv. He's batted 3 times with this innings in this tournament. First game 45. And, the last game 48, and now he's on 47. He's yet to get out as well.
He has not scored a 50 yet. There you go, sloppy here. Sri Lanka continues their bad performance here, and there was no single at all. Rohan Pires coming towards the ball, and doing that misfield. This is a mediocre cricket here.
Indeed. Just not what Sri Lanka wanted, but now the head's down. They are now far out to try and fight for a victory. Royston, on the other hand, he's in some form. Yet to get out in this IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025.
Yeah, Rashwan, this is like a walk in the park for the England Over-50s now. They have half of the overs left. And they just need 62 more runs to win this game. And it will come quite handy. And they'll be the unbeaten side so far, definitely, in this Over-50s tournament here. So that's the end of the 23rd over. England Over-50s 86 for 1.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
This Sri Lanka Over-50s are facing a big loss, as they could hit a big net run rate loss as well for them. England just need 62 runs in 132 deliveries. Target of 148 is arms way now for England Over-50s. Royston, he's been not out all tournament, and he's has an opportunity to cross or to get to that half-century mark as well. Milestone awaits for Royston Smith. He's batted brilliantly well as Suwanjit Madanayaka has been brought back into the attack.
That's nicely picked away towards the squalid region for another single. So England Over-50s need 61 runs and just 131 deliveries, plenty of balls. That's what I was talking about. They held their nerves. They were not in a hurry. But now it's all charged up. Batteries full for the England Over-50s. So especially the likes of Royston Smith here. Yeah, another easy single, leg by given. That's missing a leg stump. Clearly missing there. That's heaved. Driven uppishly, but no harm. Just another single there. Dialog down there at the long off boundary. I can't see any spin off this track. Like I said in the pitch report, there's not much spin when that sun hits that soil harder. Here at Colts Ground, the wicket becomes very hard. And this is what has happened when the ball was new and soft. The wicket was soft earlier. The ball was seaming and getting some spin. That's pulled away to another boundary. Is shot. Poor delivery there. And it's a 6.
And it's Eccleston into the party now. He gets his first 6.
Yeah, poor delivery. Shot. Swanji Madanayaka dragged shot and then pulled away to the vacant region there in the square-leg boundary. And you can see Sri Lankans are trying hard but failing with these England to inform batters here.
Indeed. Eccleston now joining the party as well. Current partnership 82 runs in 109 deliveries. They took some time to get going, but I think spending time in this wicket have resulted in them banking on a big partnership, and probably if they had to see this game off, would be brilliant.
Yeah, slight delay. Ball, they're looking for the ball there. All the Sri Lankans batting first. After winning the toss, getting all out for 147. They didn't bat the allocated 45 overs. They were all out for during the 43rd over. Rishwan. So the Sri Lankan batters struggled completely from the start. For the England bowlers, they have the outcome of the bowlers, even with the seam marker sharp. Initially with the new ball, he picked up 4 crucial wickets, 4 crucial run getters for Sri Lanka Over-50s. And then during the middle frame, Nick Phillips picking up 3 wickets alongside Zulfi Butt picking up 2. They have done a tremendous finishing touches for the England bowlers and restricted Sri Lankan Over-50s for a low score at 147. That's a cutaway again to the sweeper cover region there for another single for Eccleston. He keeps the strike. So that's the end of the 24th over. England Over-50s 97 for 1.
Pujita Uduwana into the attack for the very first time in this game. Second 24 overs for him to come on. He's coming when Sri Lanka in deep trouble. 97 for 1, defending 148. Current partnership of 83. England cruising away now. Royston on 49 is 1 run shy from that milestone of half century. Pujudu Uduwan starts off well. Eccleston trying to cut it, just beats the outside edge. England will want to finish this off well. Next up they have New Zealand and Namibia. New Zealand and England will be a very close game. Both teams in form.
Yeah, New Zealand has got 289 runs. So far still Sri Lanka holds the highest score of this tournament. Haritha. Sri Lanka got 291 earlier.
Couple of runs added on to the total. Eccleston taking a move on now. He's spent 67 deliveries for his 36 runs. He's blocked one end. Straight back at the bowler.
Yeah, Eccleston has been the second fiddle here and giving that supporting role for Royston. Royston initially he was pretty slow at the start, and once he got to 20, he kept charging the Sri Lankan bowlers. He got plenty of loose deliveries, went after the bowling with a couple of boundaries and a mighty 6.
Indeed, as a need comes down to 49 runs now.
So that single brings the hundreds for the England Over-50s. They are 100 for 1. In fact, 101 sloppy misfield. And this is not good cricket by the Sri Lanka Over-50s. So 2 runs in the last ball, 5 runs off it. And the Sri Lanka Over-50s, England Over-50s, 101 for 1 after 25 overs.
Mama Gajaman.
Right, so England Over-50s moving along very nicely. Current partnership is 87 of 117 balls, 101 for 1 after 25.1 overs. Target is 148. Full toss down the leg side. Given the treatment into the boundary for 4. That's the 50.
3 very good knocks from Royston Smith. His first half century, but he got 45 plus on the previous occasions without being dismissed. Tremendous performance by England Over-50s.
Clubbed on the offside this time for a single. In fact, the body language of the Sri Lanka Over-50s, it says it all. The shoulders are dropping. Eccleston 38 of 71. So he's not the senior partner in this partnership. Royston Smith is the senior partner on 54 of 67. Nicely played down on the onside. Only a single this time.
Plenty of lessons to be learnt by Sri Lanka Over-50s of this game.
Just milking the bowling, that's what they're doing. 26 overs completed with 108 for 1.
He played with confidence and ease after a very slow start. Very professional approach to his batting. Sri Lanka Over-50s didn't have a clue how to contain him. Outscoring his more dominant partner, Giles Eccleston. That's another big one of Pujitha Uduwana.
Now they're in a hurry to get to that 148. Big sixers on the bat of Royston Smith.
What a difference. 100 partnership once again. A lot of running and another boundary. But they're toying with his bowling attack. This is what professional approach can make. At the cover boundary, Chaminda Rajapaksa was on full steam. Not able to get there. Runs at a canter. Pujitha Uduwana, in his two previous outings, he had taken 4 and 3 wickets. See what's happened to him now. Okay. Rory Ingram. Drops it.
Well, that says it all. The body language.
Pathetic display. Batting, bowling and fielding. See this partnership dominating the game. I know, Eric, you said that they are in a hurry. They seem to be in a hurry.
Yeah, they are in certainly a hurry. 27 overs completed. England Over-50s, 118 for 1.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Okay, clear blue skies. Full Chandana. The last few overs. I wouldn't be surprised if they'll take less than 3 overs to get there.
So let's take a look at that missed catch. There we are. Wicketkeeper gets under it. Saw that well. Got his gloves fit and then it spilled out. Well, Oh, that's a misfield again.
The skipper. Shane Fernando. This has been a commanding performance by England Over-50s.
Tap and run. Sri Lanka Over-50s have given up the ghost more or less.
Tell you.
Cracked again. This time fielded cleanly. Non-striker wanted a single. Got back.
That was a good pickup on part of Shane Fernando.
Pulled again.
Waited for it. That was a long hop from Pulchandana. They can end up without being separated at the winning target. Lobbed the ball into the air. No turn. Look for two. Rajapaksa fumbles a little bit. Enough time for them to cross over for two to win the 28th at 127 for 1 England over-50s.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Right, so looking at what's going on, well, England heading one of those big victories again over Sri Lanka Over-50s. And they look set to lead the group as well. Then where will Sri Lanka Over-50s lie?
Still more cricket left in this tournament. Oh, Eccleston there. That's his strength. Hitting sixers.
Yeah, the partnership, yes.
Pujit Uduana. Ah. Did I say they'll get there before the 30th over? Great run for Giles Eccleston too. He's been the batter who's been most prolific on tour so far for England Over-50s. Strongly built. Very heavy top order for England. Nasir Ahmed scored a half century in the previous game, not even included in this one.
They look the top side in this whole competition. By far, yes.
Going down on one knee. They're supposed to play against each other after the tournament in an Ashes game at the same venue. Yeah. Upul Chandana. 14 runs for victory. Ball travelling towards Indika Deseram.
29 overs completed. England Over-50s 134 for 1.
This is the Colombo Colts Cricket Grounds at Havelock Park. You've got the Burger Christian Club ground at Havelock Park. You've got the Havelock ground, the rugby ground at Havelock Park. You also got the Edward Henry Pedris multi-sports complex. More football there. There's basketball. And a school just across the road that produced national cricketers and test caps. More rugby players, more national rugby players. Isipatana is known for school and club rugby. School rugby, yes. And they went on to produce some fantastic cricketers and rugby players. You can't forget the likes of Hisham Abdeen, Angelo Vikramaratne. In your time, there would have been so many others.
Oh, plenty.
I'm talking about my era and I, whom I moved with. Sandy Hamid, Frank Hubert, to name a few. Isipatan produced some outstanding cricketers too. The likes of Sanjeeva Veerasinghe, who is domiciled in Australia. Then there was Asanka Gurusinghe, Hashan Tilakaratne and Asanta Dimel, who started their career at Greenlands College and went on to various other schools. Royal College, DSN Naik College, Nalanda College, to name a few. And there was that Jayanta Paranathala, who wore the national cap, old Ceylon cap. Patum Nisanka current lot. I may have missed a couple of them as far as the cricket is concerned. They produced that Asoka De Silva, who then subsequently went on to become an umpire. Okay, back with the cricket.
So 14 runs required, 96 balls to get there. Well, they won't need that time. Eccleston is on 48 or 76 and he has the strike at the moment. Royston on 72 of 82. He has rushed from 50 to 72 in double quick time.
Punikanta Abegunasekara. First 3 overs, 21 runs. Last over 7. It's been the average. Chandana is the fielder. Eccleston, one short of a well-deserved half-century, so I'm sure whatever Royston Smith does, he will make sure that his partner gets that 1 run. Game in hand for England. That will make it all that more interesting. But they will produce the highest run scorer in the tournament. Convincing, commanding victory here for England over-50s.
Big, very big.
You said long handle? No. It's longer than long handle. Massive hit. Oh, he's made batting look so easy. He waited on it. We will start talking a lot more of Royston Smith later in the program of matches.
Right, so Eccleston has got the chance to convert that 49 to 50.
He can finish it with the 6.
Yes, he can. He can.
And get to his half century too. Punyakanta Abegunasekara thought, I'm not going to flight anymore. Oh, he goes big. And he's cleared everything at the venue. 6 of the best. 50 for Giles Eccleston. Victory for England Over-50s.
Well, we heard that ball hit the roof over our heads. There's no chance of getting that back. It must be on the road by now.
Gave a little bit of air. Thank you very much. Yeah, it has been tracked a long while. What a game. It has been a tremendous game for the England Over-50s. The way they got about it was absolutely marvelous. The victory is all the sweet. They batted, bowled and fielded so well that they simply didn't let the opposition get anywhere close to them.
Well, I think the Sri Lankan Over-50s, they must be now a happy lot that they're off the field because they really got carted around the park.
I'll tell you, they finished in a hurry with a lot of talk about a close game just thrown out of the park by the England Over-50s. They are a very happy lot. They made this tournament look a lot different than what it was. The handshakes all round. The tournament itself has been a great success story for IMC and certainly for LMCA. Sisila Induratna, the liaison officer for England, he must be a happy man.
Yes.
The rest of them, I mean, just take a look at that. They have the biggest backup staff too, and a whole host of well-wishers. This is King Cricket. This is what you...
And not forgetting they have their own commentary team as well, and their production. So they come well organized for many things. Not only the cricket, even the commentaries and everything else. They brought their own scorer.
Yeah, I think we must pay tribute to A.A. Jayatisa and the ground staff of Colombo Colts. They have produced some good wickets. It has produced a lot of runs. It's a lot of work for them. It's good. It's nice.
As we look around this ground, you see the ground staff coming to work. And there's the England scorecard. Eccleston, 55 not out, 79 balls. The only man out was David, the captain, for 8 of 16. And Royston Smith not out on 79 of 84. 6 extras. And after 29.5 overs, England Over-50s 148 for 1. So they win by 9 wickets.
In the previous game, they made 197 for 1. So you can see how the top order is assisting their cause in a big way.
Interesting to see the bowling card that's coming up.
15.27 for Punyakanta Abegunasekara in 11 balls. Saman Jayanta, he bowled his 9 overs with a maiden for just 21. Nirupul Chandana 6 overs, 1 maiden, just 22. The others have been up and about. Pujit Uduana could have had a wicket.
This is one wicket that fell. And let's take a look at the highlights of that innings. There are the openers walking out. Nicely driven the offside.
The England captain then was ruled out LBW. David Snellgrove. That brought in Royston Smith to partner Giles Eccleston, and from here onwards, highlights of England Over-50s.
Yeah, it was one-way street from this point onwards. In fact, the Sri Lankan bowlers kept them quiet for a while. They seem to understand that they can't give away too many runs, try and pick up some wickets. They tried hard, I think, for the first 10 overs or so.
I'll tell you, England over-50 batters knew what was on store. They just got acclimatized to the track. The top bowlers had finished their overs, and then the run scoring became so easy.
Not much of a highlight, in fact.
Match summary. Sri Lanka over-50s elected to bat 147 all out in 43 overs. Suhanji Madanayaka 22, Shane Fernando 16, Duminda Vijayasekara 16, and Renukononis 13 not out. Saman Jayanta 13 made the runs. Marcus Sharp picked up the first 4 wickets, 4 for 21. Nick Phillips 3 for 28. Zulfi Butt 2 for 26, and Charlie Knightley 2 victims. England in reply in just 29.5 overs, 148 for 1. Royston Smith smashing 79 of 84 balls. Giles Eccleston another contribution of 55 not out. Suhanji Madanayaka the only successful bowler with 1 for 25. Tremendous 9-wicket victory for England over-50s over Sri Lanka over-50s.
There we are, the upcoming fixtures in Pool A. Namibia versus USA at the IMC Grounds. Then Zimbabwe versus UAE at the Colts Grounds. New Zealand versus England at St. Thomas's College Mount Rainier Grounds. And in Pool B, South Africa versus Pakistan in Bandaragama. Canada versus Australia at the NCC Grounds. And Wales versus West Indies at the CCC Grounds.
This will be on Monday. No play tomorrow. So thank you very much, everybody, for being involved with ThePapare, Sri Lanka's premier sports network and television. We thank you all on behalf of our production staff and our commentary staff. Invite you to join us on Monday with the usual 6 live coverages. Take care. Good night.